Playoffs were a wild thing happening this weekend, and we are here to break it down and all of your questions and everything down. Everybody's still in the music jive, but that's okay. Welcome back to the Boys of the Big Apple podcast, everybody. To answer Jacob's question, it actually wasn't Donald. I was part of a college meeting for my communications major-esque club, so Terry TV, as well as John was. So that's the reason I...
Jacob, what are you insinuating? What are you insinuating?
Here we go.
We love to start the show this way. And you know what? To be fair, I think Jacob was the only person that accused Donald of having that special music. Only, I think it was at the end of beginning of October. Yep. He was the only one. Everyone else went to John.
Take this abuse much longer.
But it's going to be some interesting debates, all this sort of stuff. We are still 9 subscribers away. We gained a couple with the Daniel Jones video, but we are 9 subs away from the 900 mark. Then we go to 1,000. Start that countdown. Gonna have some new. I have some new ideas in my mind. I've just thought of them, but I'm gonna get to that later. Let's start with me shutting my mouth. Let's start out with first thoughts, Donald.
Well, first of all, I'm not surprised you gained some subscribers by getting a Daniel Jones videos out. You know how much Giant fans get themselves all hot and bothered over Daniel Jones. Well, what a fun weekend. Like, a lot of stuff to talk about. I want to talk about LeBron getting done by the Boston refs. I think that's something to talk about. I also want to touch on the Chiefs game. I've got a lot to talk about, I'm sure. And maybe we'll fit in a bit of Yankees and general basketball talk. Who knows? We'll see where the night takes us. But I'm up for it because I think there's going to be a whole lot of stuff to talk about. Some controversial takes. Mr. Mahomes guy over here and below me as well. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. Let's go.
Shout out to everybody in chat. I'll move to Luca in just a second. But I want to shout out my man, Clutch B-Ball. What's going on, Clutch? If you guys haven't already, you're a basketball fan.
Clutch, my man.
Go subscribe to his channel. He also has a different channel, The Hoop Addict. So I want you guys to go subscribe over there. Shouts to Jacob, as mentioned. Shouts to Evan, Jets Mess. He says, first thought, Aaron Rodgers to my Jets. I mean, are they really? I wouldn't say your Jets. I mean, if you're a Giants fan, I hope you're not claiming them. Still a ridiculous amount of Jones haters. I feel like it's a quarter of the fan base votes for Giants to lose. So Jones leaves. I would say, to be completely fair, and I headlined both sides in my video. If you guys haven't watched already, it's got over 300 views and a couple of new subscribers, as mentioned. I had some Jones lovers in my comments. Like, you know, they were very positive about Daniel Jones. So listen, I welcome both sides of the apple. You know, obviously I'm kind of in the middle, but hey, listen, you know, we'll see what happens.
Can I just touch on that? First of all, I think it's more the other way around. I think it's like 75-25 in favor of
That's true. I would say that.
I think it's more of Twitter that kind of puts that thought in everybody's mind. Now, I don't know if Jacob's on Twitter, but there are some fans on YouTube that will, you know.
Plus, I would like to just generally say I have a problem with already putting people in the hater category and the simp category. Like, why is there not anywhere in between where you can have a reason?
Black and white.
You know, he does some of this well, but some of that sucks. And then you're already put into a pigeonhole. I never like being put in the pigeonhole. I'm not a pigeonhole guy.
Yeah. Daniel Jones, the pigeon.
But
you guys know what I'm talking about.
Donald isn't allowed to talk Daniel Jones. Wow. Okay.
There we go. You see? There we go.
But
it's already
before we move on to Luca and Angry John over here, as mentioned, I do this every time. I shout this out every time. Guys, we got merch. We got bingo. So catchphrase bingo. It's like any other bingo, except it's not, because if we say a catchphrase and we say multiple and it aligns in 5 or maybe 4 in a free space, you get to win some free merch from us. Thank you to our man, He Is. So just wanted to say that. Just wanted to promote it. Free merch. That's all I'm saying. You don't lose. If anything, it's a benefit, and we get to interact with you guys a little bit more. Evan says, I think Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league. Well,
no, I think I agree.
Somebody in our fantasy group chat, Evan, I think you're there. Our buddy Matt Riley disagrees. Great point, Donald. Look at a guy like Tanner. He was very upset about the Jones pick. Now he's advocating us to resign him. Yeah, Jones. Tana's turned around on him. Tana's turned around on him. He's very much a Jones sympathizer, but he also tells the truth. So shouts to Tana. Let's go to Luca, the Jets fan, or one of the Jets fans.
Yeah, well, one thing that was not discussed this previous past week, or me and John will probably get into it a little bit, was the hiring of Nathaniel Hackett as the Jets offensive coordinator. I don't know if we talked about that, if we have, my mistake, but that's one thing I'm going to go over. Obviously, it's a recruitment pattern around Rodgers. NFL officiating was horrible this weekend. It wasn't just NFL, it was NBA too with that Lakers-Celtics game on Saturday night. We'll definitely get into the controversy there. Embiid versus Jokic, who's the better center? We'll definitely do our little debate. I already know my answer. And we'll go through the NFL coaching positions, see which vacancies are still open, who are the open candidates. And yeah, it's basically kind of an open content week because the Super Bowl's not till next week, Senior Bowl's this week, but it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Again, appreciate the support as always.
Yes. So real quickly before we go to Angry John, I just have to say a couple of things. Josh Johnson better. I mean, Lucas still claims he was solid with the Jets, even though his yardage was in garbage time. John, are you mentally preparing to rant about the Hackett deal? You are a mind reader. You are a mind reader. I agree, Luca. Horrible officiating this weekend fixed. That is something we'll definitely touch on. I just want to include a few more things. So before I go into channel updates and whatnot, I was originally going to have Brian on, but Brian didn't tell me. Instead, told John that he is working at his job. But I created a little intro for him just in case he popped on. Here it is.
You know what? Forget it. I think Brian just got in my head a bit, that's all.
Brian? Why, what did Brian say?
Listen, there's a possibility that Don might not be a Giants fan. He might actually be a Patriots plant.
Oh my God.
He wrote his own.
Inspired.
He buried himself with that
That's
one.
amazing.
He buried himself with
What a
that one.
shitty Giants fan, right?
Yeah. But some channel updates for you guys. Wednesday, we are actually going to have a Yankee stream because it is a dead week in football. We're going to have a Yankee stream. We got Pete Simonetti of NYY News coming on. We got Derek of NYY Recaps coming on. So it's going to be a fun show. Bring your baseball facts. Bring your baseball cap. Mentally and physically, maybe. But Saturday, I haven't decided on it, but I might want to stream the Senior Bowl because I don't know if some of my other guys are doing it. Some friends that I know that I usually pop on streams with. But I think it would be a good endeavor for us to start learning the prospects as we go into it. Obviously, with football ending right around the corner and the offseason taking shape. So I have a feeling Arizona might get the Cincy DC to interview him tomorrow. Yes, that's Lou Anarumo from Staten Island. But Angry John, you are a little misshapen this week because, well, you have no hockey because they're on the All-Star break. But you have the Knicks to watch. You have the Jets to talk about. And take it away.
That doesn't really make me happy. What's going on, everyone? No, Jacob, there's no college stories this week.
She was absent.
Yes. Anyway, yet again, the Jets are clowns. Me and Luca will get into that because we decide to take the worst head coach and, hey, he must be a great offensive coordinator. Let's give him a shot. Woo! And then the Knicks, for those who didn't watch Donald and Luca's stream Saturday, got absolutely embarrassed by the Brooklyn Nets. We'll get into that. We'll get into some of the disgusting officiating, whether it's basketball, football, at this point, pee-wee soccer. I don't know where else they can be horrible, but they were atrocious on every level and aspect. But, yeah, no, I'm not happy about the Nathaniel Hackett. It pissed me off.
Two questions, kind of comments in the chat I'd like to go over. Any chance she withdrew based on last week's stream? I never really brought out my channel because today I wore actual merch to school. I didn't wear a hoodie, but I wore a shirt, and she wasn't there. So maybe she went back to Chicago to get some knowledge. I don't know. His brings up a point. Is it true Cop Pizzle's not streaming anymore? If so, interview him, Alex. I did interview Cop about almost 3 years ago. Jesus, this channel is almost 3 years old. But with that being said, I'm good friends with Cop. I obviously thanked him for basically influencing me to become a YouTuber. It seems like he's doing some sort of hiatus. Can we hear Angry John's broadcasting voice?
Maybe in a stream in the future.
Yes, because I know
Rangers.
obviously we've talked in a little bit about bringing hockey as a potential thing here.
Also,
And-
I brought up pre-show maybe the idea of March Madness.
Yeah, that might be good as well. So, we're just growing on here. And you guys, if you're not on the train yet, you got to be on the train. Aaron Rodgers to the Jets. What's up, fellas? Love your pod. I was at the Chiefs game. Wow. Okay. It was really good, especially the last quarter. Jeff, that's
job.
great
experience.
That was actually significantly cheaper from what I hear than the Eagles game. Because the Eagles game, the minimum you had to pay for a ticket was like $1,200. But with that being said, as I like to say on here, I think the lowest ticket price for the Chiefs game was like $255. So it wasn't terrible. I feel like John sounds like Mad Dog. I don't know if I'd put it that way. Cop Piz will be doing that podcast with Fist Vegas. I'm happy you got to see you. Yeah. Cop is a good guy, even though he's crazy in his own mind. I did think the Chiefs were giving an edge in a few calls, which I guess, Don, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Jeff, what was it like in Arrowhead, like in compared to other stadiums? What was the atmosphere like? It looked awesome from obviously this vantage point.
He was doing the tomahawk chop, just like that.
Yes. But I guess we could start. Obviously, we'll do NFL playoffs. We're not going to do any picks this week because the Pro Bowl's this week, and I'm not making Super Bowl picks 2 weeks in advance. That'd be a little weird. But I guess we could start with the NFL playoffs. And obviously, I'm going to start with the more significant game. That's the Kansas City Chiefs against the Bengals. And obviously, we know the Chiefs advanced. Donald, incorrect. It's called Burrowhead. Well,
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore.
Negative.
But I know, at least in our fantasy group chat, and I kept saying, and obviously, it will be re-exhibited on here. The amount of frustration Luka has towards Patrick Mahomes going to the Super Bowl and the way it happened. Come on, Alex, pick the winner in the flag football game. Yeah, I got to pick which Manning brother wins or the Senior Bowl winner, right? But
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna test something out.
all right, he's gonna test out his rant or something. He's gonna yell at the wall.
All good.
Okay, all right. So
listen, when I talk about the officiating, I'm just gonna ask you to lower your mic for a reason. Okay.
Okay.
our mic or
you whatever you hear. Okay.
Oh shit! Oh no, we're in for a rant, aren't we?
No, it's not a rant. Not a rant.
What? Is it like a weird noise you're gonna make?
Just don't worry about it until I talk.
Okay.
Let's go to Luka first because he's given us fucking Clint's hints.
All right, so obviously watched the NFC and AFC Championship game over the weekend. First of all, congrats to Pat Mahomes for reaching his 3rd Super Bowl. My disgust is not towards him. It's like I generally don't hate Joe Burrow, Pat Mahomes. I admire them actually. I'm jealous that teams get to have my team doesn't get to have a quarterback like them. But I just don't like how, and this is my honest opinion, I feel like the Cincinnati Bengals are screwed out of a Super Bowl, in my opinion. There were a lot of bad calls in that game that I think kind of turned the page. Obviously, he had the late hit at the end with Joseph Asai. It was not smart to put his hands on Patrick Mahomes while he was out of bounds. Although you could argue there should have been illegal hands to the face penalty against the Chiefs and the hold. But if I have to simulate what happened when Mahomes went out of bounds, Mahomes was running, and Joseph Asai pushed him, and Mahomes was like, ah!
No way this man just pulled the fucking flat. Jacob is reading minds tonight. He's reading minds. Oh my god.
I'll do it again. It was
we might need to give Jacob some fucking merch. If he reads somebody's mind a 3rd time, we're gonna have to give him merch.
I think
I don't have enough space to actually simulate the fall, but I was being told that Mahomes was he was pushed. and there's somebody, and Don was telling me, he was pushed into the stands. I'm like, okay, there was contact for him to fall, but he didn't have to. He sold it a little bit, and of course he's going to get that call because who is he? He's Patrick Mahomes.
But hold up. I think that was a great audition tape for Luka trying out to be an NFL ref.
Listen, I won't be paid extra by Kansas City, okay?
Whoa.
Every Chiefs fan must hate.
But if we're being completely transparent, listen.
You just gave me a new idea, but I'm going to shut my mouth.
As I said, I don't hate Patrick Mahomes, but I don't like him going to the Super Bowl at the expense of another team being screwed over. That's it. That's my point. First of all, I'm not a part of this debate that was going on yesterday where it was Mahomes versus Burrow. I know Mahomes is a better quarterback.
I guess we'll go to Donald.
Oh, yeah. I got something to say. The Chiefs didn't steal anything. Like, Mahomes was a better quarterback.
No. I'm not saying they stole anything.
No, but like obviously there's an insinuation that they and the refs were like in cahoots, or the refs like tried to make sure the Chiefs win the game. I mean, I completely disagree. Obviously some of the calls were bad. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, however, I've got how about I share the screen here?
Okay.
I'm going to share the screen because we'll look at the final play with Joseph Osai. Let's do that.
Luca, I'm working on something, so I know you have studio control. So when he has that thing up, you can put it in.
Yeah.
Okay, right. You got the controls. Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Fine. Right. There. Okay. Let me know when you're good.
All right. I don't see the screen up yet. I'm just waiting on it to pop up in the background. Chiefs with 2 third-down draft ties. Might take Luka being a ref for the Jets to win a Super Bowl. No, that would have to be the breaking of the Joe Namath curse. MH also says, my sports editor at my college loved my Knicks article. Awesome, dude. I hope you get into some sort of journalism career. Luka, they had to call that the issue I had was to redo the down that looked pretty rigged. Yeah, that made no sense.
That was bad.
No sense.
Luka,
that was terrible.
Luka, are you being completely transparent?
Yes, I am.
We've added the Chiefs logo.
I really thought he was going to be like given a ref uniform with a flag instead of a hat.
Alex, I reviewed some.
Have you got it now?
Still not on my little dashboard I got here.
That's weird.
Let me see if I can find it real quickly.
Because I'm pretty sure Donald should be enabled to share. Oh, Breece Hall's at the Nets game. That's interesting. Yeah, you should be. Alex should have enabled you to share, and it would pop up on my dashboard.
Son of a gun. I think I have it. Emmanuel Acho's. I'm not gonna have Emmanuel Acho break it down, but we all get the point here. Yeah, I'll share.
Nice.
What?
What are you doing, Joseph Osai?
Well, no, this one's like, I'm so confused. Is this we're mad at Bengals lost? They're the one that lost the game.
Okay, I'm starting to see Donald's screen.
Okay,
yep.
All right, there we go.
All right,
okay, so let's do it. Okay, so first of all, that's not holding. That's a rip technique. Second of all, he was 4 feet out of bounds when he was, and he was thrown in the bench. Now, obviously, it was a penalty. It's a locked-on penalty. I don't even think he sold it that much.
Luca, your thoughts?
He was at top speed. He just turned the corner. I'm not arguing, but I'm just saying he turned the corner, and then he was built up enough momentum so that even the slightest push will send you flying. That's just gravity, I'm afraid. And then he hit the bench. So I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, it didn't look like it was sold to me. I also don't agree. At first, I thought it was a holding, but then I realized again looking at the all 22 that I think it was a rip technique, and that's actually legal.
Yeah. I'm not doubting that was penalty. Did he sell it? Yeah, but first of all, you don't touch a quarterback out of bounds. That's kind of obvious. As I said, I've always said this. There was contact there that suggested a flag. Did he sell it a little bit? In my opinion, yes. But there was also an illegal hands to the face on one of the interior linemen. So the penalty would have offset the play and they would have replayed it down. That's my general opinion.
Don't you have a list of everything? Because you said last night.
I got a list of major calls yesterday. Like I take this game to heart because I don't want one of these games judged by officiating. You had the pass interference on Mike Hilton. The intentional grounding on Joe Burrow was ridiculous. There was as Donald highlighted, the non-hold on Orlando Brown's actually a rip technique, as he just highlighted, and I thought there was an illegal block in the back on the return. So,
there was definitely an illegal block in the back in the return. That Sky Moore return should never have happened. I agree with that. It should have gone back, but.
Kind of want to highlight this real quick.
Oh, yes.
What you were saying, Donald?
Well, first of all, I didn't want that penalty to happen because, first of all, I think the Chiefs were about 5 yards away from being in field goal range anyway. Mm-hmm. I didn't really want that to be the thing because then obviously everyone's going to talk about the refs, and you don't want it to be the conversation because for me, I thought Mahomes played fantastic. And later on, we'll maybe look at some of the throws that he made because he made some spectacular throws, which are being kind of ignored, pushed out the way in favor of this narrative that the refs were cheating the Chiefs. Now, did they get some calls wrong? Yeah. Did they miss a bunch of calls? Yeah. Did they probably help the bigger team? Yeah. But is that isolated for NFL? No. I'm not saying Luke is saying that, but I'm just saying in general, I don't believe there was any kind of cheating. I just think that there was some generous calls, but also the Bengals got some generous calls too. Like, for instance, I think the Chiefs had a touchdown, which was the
Kadarius Toney play
for scrubbed out, and I thought it was a touchdown.
Oh, I know what play you're talking about.
It was a touchdown. It should have been.
Yeah, so like there's some evidence on either side, but obviously the bigger calls were at the end, the fourth quarter, and it was starting to get annoying. Like, how did the fifth down, the 5 downs was crazy. Although I did see the ref running on the field waving, which obviously is one thing, but again,
you got to get into control of that. You know,
the optics didn't look good.
You know, it's a loud environment. You know all that. But to me, like, I have this insider theory that again, you could say this is a conspiracy theory. You can say it's not. Patrick Mahomes, whether you like or not, is kind of like the poster boy of the NFL. Like, he is their market. But I don't in my side of theories, I don't think they wanted. Not saying like the refs intentionally wanted this, but the NFL didn't want him out of the Super Bowl for the second straight year. That's my opinion.
So I just want to get to a few comments before we assess Luca's latest comment. Got a free ticket with my college roommate company and in a box living large in KC, La La Land. Then had to come back. I did hear tickets were $700 and up. Big four.
He said the atmosphere was awesome, by the way.
That's cool.
So Mike probably definitely agrees with Luca. The birdies better watch it, even though I don't care. Yeah, I mean, I hate the birds that are in the Super Bowl. I had that feeling. Let's see. There was a one. Okay, so I assessed this on Twitter a little bit. I don't like how Jermaine Pratt yelled at Joseph Asai, or he didn't yell at him. He dude. Obviously, there's multiple mistakes that kind of decided that game. Besides the reffing, multiple mistakes, right? Joe Burrow's 2 picks, for example. The multiple times that, Kansas City wasn't stopped, whatever. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a second. This dude's a fucking bum. I look up Jermaine Pratt's stats. This is the best year he's had in years. Because you know why he's playing so good this year? Because he's on a contract year. Maybe the Bengals fans have a different opinion. But like you're not, I don't think he was voted a captain. It's BJ Hill did the right thing. A guy we traded because Joe Judge put him on the fucking back of the depth chart behind Danny Shelton. That's a different story. But he actually sat there with Joseph Asai. Did I see Jermaine Pratt doing that? No. So you know what? In return for that, and I'm not a Bengals fan, I kind of wanted the Bengals to go to the Super Bowl, but it is what it is. I'm going to be rooting for the AFC again. My thing is this. You know what, Jermaine Pratt? You want to be such a salty-ass bitch about it? Go play for the Texans. Go play for the Bears. Go play for a shitty-ass organization, and then you'll appreciate winning again. And then stop blaming it on one fucking person. Like, I get it.
Well, that's right. I mean, further to your point, man, Osai was getting like death threats on Instagram by Bengal fans. And
yeah, no, that's not
I want to take this opportunity to say that Osai played a hell of a game.
Yes.
He did. He was one of the best defenders on the field.
He was exactly, man. He was on fire. Every single time they broke down the film, every time there was a highlight, he was one of the key parts of it. And you could see he was lighting them up. He was having a great game. One mistake where he was actually trying to make the right play. You know, and unfortunately, as I was saying, because Mahomes was going so fast that as he was turning the corner and he kind of hit him or pushed him, you know, if he was in bounds, it was the right play to make because what was he supposed to do? You can't just let him go past you. So obviously he tried to make the right play. Unfortunately, there was like a split second because Mahomes just stepped out of bounds a couple of steps by the time he touched him. It was always a penalty, but it was him trying to make the right play. And that's why I wouldn't blame him. I wouldn't blame him. If I was a Bengal fan right now, or even if I was a Giant fan and he did that as a Giant fan, I wouldn't necessarily blame him. I'd be like, you know what? He played a hell of a game. He tried to do the right thing. It was a mistake. He doesn't deserve to get put over the hot coals for it. I hope that Bengal fans will eventually kind of see the right way around that. And yeah, the fact that one of his teammates is being an asshole, shut the fuck up. You know, shut the fuck up. There's 60 minutes, man. One split-second play does not decide 60 minutes of football.
I was also going to say, like, there's a certain time where you try to humble your teammate for doing, like, something stupid or what can be conceived to be smart or a hard play or whatever. But he feels bad about it. It's the AFC Championship game. You could technically say it cost you the game. You could tell – there's a certain time where you get pissed off at him, rant on him, and there's a certain time where you don't say shit to him because he feels bad. That's stupid what Pratt did. Absolutely stupid. And Bengal fans should be ashamed of themselves for sending death threats. I know Bengals fans
crying, man. He was crying.
Bengals fans have a reputation. I'll just say that.
He was crying. He thought that he failed everybody. He thought he let everyone leave the guy alone. My God. He's going to be killing himself right now. Not literally, but like mentally to
beating himself up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking about the intentional grounding penalty. John's been quiet. I want to hear John's thoughts.
No, so first off, the officiating was horrible. Now, of course, I agree with Donald when what's his face that Pratt is a little bitch for calling out his teammate like that. Because it's not like Jermaine Pratt really played that well to be in that position. And one play doesn't make it. But, the kid did make a stupid mistake. It was a mistake. It ended up costing him the very next play because of the time and, all they had to do was kick the field goal. So, yeah, I mean, but here's what I'll say about the officiating. And as bad as it was, I'm on the side with Donald where it didn't cost the outcome of this game because at the end of the day, it was still a 3-point game. Cincinnati had a few mistakes this game, whether it was the dumb penalties they took or not took, whatever you want to call it, whether it was Joe Burrow who had a bad pick. He had 2 picks actually, but one of them was really egregious. There was a few plays on third down where, they should have converted, but they didn't, in my opinion. And, for this kid to get death threats is like unbelievable. But another thing now to go more towards the officiating, I don't know how many of you guys listen. I know you guys listen to other people and other streamers or shows, but I listened to the Pat McAfee show today, and he had a really solid point that why the NFL puts them in the position where they don't put the best referees in. And to me, it's mind-boggling because you'd think that they'd want less controversy, because this isn't the only game where they've had, refereeing dictate a game, whether it was this one, whether it was the infamous PI call back in, I think it was 2018, if I have the year correct, with the Saints,
yep, NFC Championship,
and the Rams in the NFC Championship game. It doesn't make sense. You have to realize not every ref is a full-time ref. Some are just part-time and they have biases from the outside. So it's a real shame that this is the storyline that comes out of it, because it was a hell of a game to watch. Like, compared to the NFC Championship game, this was the best game by far. But unfortunately, everyone's just talking about, the NFL is scripted and rigged for the referees, and Roger Goodell and the NFL owners really screwed the ball on this, because this is all avoidable if they just literally have the best veteran official referees in the game. Now, I don't remember the officiating crew, so I'm not going to act like I know every single official and who's the greatest one out there. But clearly, these officials were not right for the job. They did a horrendous job out there yesterday. And I actually thought the worst play that we brought up was, how do you allow 2 third downs to happen against Kansas City on that 3rd and 9 when they stopped, but the referee's in the back? You got to take control of the situation. You can't have another play happen there. It looks so bad. And I know the Chiefs, got a little luck on their side, because the Bengals, ironically, actually did take a penalty on that second 3rd and 9. I forgot who took the penalty.
Holding against Eli Apple.
Yeah.
Fucking bum.
Well, ironic, but again, just a terrible job by the officiating and a terrible job by the NFL here to allow this to happen, because it really took a great game and it really, put a bad spin on it. So that's
a great point, man. I agree. It was an awesome game, and that's why I refuse to make the officials the story. Even though it's the story right now,
but that's everyone right now. You look on Twitter, you look on Instagram, you look at all these talk shows. It's like, oh my God, this is what we're talking about. And
I'll let Donald analyze it before me.
It's not a good look. And I know there's some bad officiating in the NBA, but these are playoff games. There's not little middle of the season NFL game. This is the AFC Championship game. This is almost as high as it gets. So terrible job by the NFL here. And
for me, it was the 2 best teams in football. It was the 2 best teams in football, and they slugged it out right to the very, very end.
Yeah.
It was a really close game. The rest did not decide the game. It was 2 awesome teams that took it right to the very, very end. I think the Chiefs were the slightly better team. I think they played slightly better on the day. I think they were much better in the first half. I think then Mahomes got hit and then he started limping. That affected some of his throws in the second half. And then the Bengals came on really strong. Their defense was awesome. They did a great job with Kelsey, for instance. But Kelsey obviously was still Kelsey, so he had his moments. But in general, they schemed him very, very well. I think that they were the 2 best teams in football. Obviously, the Eagles have a shout, but they don't have the quarterback that the Bengals do and the Chiefs do. And I just thought those were the 2 best teams in football, and they gave it everything they had. And I just don't want these kind of questionable calls to ruin what was a great game, and it was great.
See, if this was last year and we were talking about the Bills-Chiefs game, there'd be that side subject to the overtime rule. But we could all agree that was one of the greater playoff games in recent history. And I do want to get to some comments.
I was also
real quickly.
I was going to address one thing. And our former co-host said this. He said this about NBA calls, but I guess this could tie to NFL too. What was it? Bad calls create controversy, which creates talking points, which creates money. So I guess the NFL is getting some revenue out of this.
That's exactly
they have a serious, again, nobody in the world is disagreeing that they have a referee issue, and the NFL does nothing about it.
Yeah,
but Luca, it's been on for years now.
No, I'm not. No, I'm breathing your point. I'm saying the NFL, this has been a problem for years. I'm not just talking about
It's how you take it to light, really, because, I mean, I know we'll touch on it later. They fined the refs in that Celtics-Lakers game $10,000 each. Like, you don't...
Did they? I had no idea.
They apparently they did. Now, maybe it was some fake source, but, I mean, they have a little bit more accountability than the NFL. The NFL could take this as, okay, we're going to see it on Skip Bayless's show. We're going to see it on the Michael Kay show. And that's going to create talking points, which creates money and all that sort of stuff. So unless people legitimately start making up theories or proving stuff or just stop watching football, this is going to be a never-ending, I would say, thing here. But also, Evan brings up a great point. Now, I know we're not going to get into the Eagles game yet. I like Brian Baldinger. I do, right? He's got some great breakdowns, defense to offense, whatever. Yeah. And this is like, I don't know whether to take it as he's a company man for the NFL Network or just that he doesn't see what he's doing, which I tend to believe the former. Lane, if you guys watch on Twitter, I don't know if you guys seen Twitter, Instagram, whatever, Lane Johnson commits false start every play. He twitches. Now, sometimes you can get away with that, and I think it's, a 2-point, 3-point stance, but he moves his whole body. He literally moves his whole body before the center snaps the ball. That's false start. And that happened almost on every single snap yesterday. And listen, obviously, the part of no quarterback actually played more of a factor than anything else in the game for the 49ers losing. But that might be something to monitor if you're the NFL and you actually care about your image.
Why is Skycam not a thing? Why is the Sky Ref not a thing? That's the biggest question.
The XFL, I think, does that.
Especially in the playoff games, because on each sideline, Kansas City's sideline had one, Cincinnati's sideline had one. They had one referee, not an official, a referee on the sideline with them. There was Bill Vinovich on the Bengals sideline. There was another guy, another referee on the Chiefs sideline. Like, what role do they honestly play? I would like to know. What are they, just rules guys?
Pretty much, unfortunately. But to go off Alex with the Lane Johnson thing, it's and how it creates bad controversy, creates money because of all these shows. It's kind of weird because, well, while I'm not saying you're wrong in any way, you'd think that if you're a sports organization, you'd want people interested in the game or and the actual players like Mahomes and Burrow, but because there's only so much that certain fans would take of these NFL refs. That's just my opinion. Now, I'm not like certain people and say I'm going to boycott watching the Super Bowl now, but unfortunately, it is it really does suck because I want to talk about the actual game, but now everyone's got to talk about why these refs sucked.
Right. I can't find a report about it, so as I said, take it with a grain of salt. It's probably false. They can expedite review. I don't know what he's trying to say. There's something plays. Why can't they do that for the rest? Philly versus KFC is going to come down to D lines. Which D line will get home? Best game of the playoffs, arguably, except maybe the Jacksonville LA game. Luca still agrees that was scripted. Both games were pretty bad at officiating, even the Eagles game. John, didn't you know the best referees are already at the Pro Bowl for the Manning versus Manning flag football game? Another thing getting overlooked is Cincy punting. If Sky Moore didn't punt return to midfield, then the penalty wouldn't have mattered. Yeah, you do got a good point. He would have been at the 8-yard line, though, so there is that. But, yeah, I do agree with you, Evan, there. And to go back, I mean, obviously we're talking about refereeing and all these different things right now. Jermaine Pratt had 7 tackles. Joseph Asai, I would argue, was a bit more in terms of contribution. He had 5 tackles, 2 quarterback hits, and a tackle for a loss. I mean, that's more than fucking...
You don't even have to look at the stats to watch how impactful he was.
Right. Why didn't expedite the Smith catch? That would have changed everything. Yeah, I know that was a controversial... I didn't see that because I was doing some house stuff before I was watching the game yesterday, but I did see that was a controversial call. They kept that a call on the field, right? Or
yes.
Was there a challenge? Does anybody remember?
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
The Devontae Smith catch that was controversial, I think, on the Eagles' first drive or whatever. The
Mhm.
one down the left sideline.
I think they upheld that. I don't think they changed the ruling, if I remember correctly.
What's a catch? What's a roughing the passer? I mean, as I said, it depends how NFL takes it in terms of imagery.
But their interpretation of the rules are so horrible sometimes. It's mind-boggling. Like we can't, like, we're in 2023. We can't define in football what a catch is. Come on, I know what a fucking catch is. Like, it's ridiculous. I know what a roughing the passer is because I've seen it. You know, it's not like it's really not complicated. And the fact that these bozos can't make the right call sometimes is just. And I understand. I'm not saying refereeing is an easy job, or that you know, it's a, you know, sometimes it could be a cut and clear thing because you're at a different angle, or it's like how you viewed it. But like, come on now, like, let's, you know, get a hold up. You know,
if they've got Gene Steratore in the booth, if there's an egregious call that's just wrong, if there's like a call which is at the ref's discretion, and the ref's discretion is way wrong, why can't, considering they've got a dude in the booth who is the freaking rules dude, not just get it sent down to the sideline going, no, that's wrong. Yeah, that's not a roughing the passer. That's not intentional grounding. That's not a whatever it is. That's not a offensive pass interference. Because when you leave it to the ref's discretion, they're still going to uphold what they think is their original discretion. So that's why I completely disagree with it. It was the dumbest idea to have challenging OPIs and DPIs and stuff, because the refs are never going to go against what their own thought was. They're never going to admit they made a mistake and screwed it up. I'm not saying they're biased, but they're never going to admit that they screwed it up in front of the entire world, are they? So that's why it needs to be from up above. So it doesn't make any sense for an official rules dude like a Gene Steratore to sit there going for 10 seconds every so often going, oh, yeah, that's a good call.
But the issue
why doesn't he have some input in it? You know what I mean?
The issue with that is, you know, if if those people, like, let's say there is a play that needs to get reviewed, whether it's a touchdown or a PI, right? The issue with that is if those people can't determine it, well, then, like you said, they're not going to change the call. So, like, why even waste the challenge flag? Like, if it's like too, you know, if it's too difficult to determine, because I'd say that happens like a good amount of the time where it's like, okay, it might be a catch or it might not be, but, you know, we can't really tell. So we're just going to, you know, stick with our original call. And that's what happens more often than not, I'd say, between calls getting overturned and calls staying the same. But it does, you know, it also, you know, you look at it and it, like, if you're a head coach in the NFL, like, and you're seeing this, it's like, you know, do I challenge less now? Do I keep my challenge flag on this one because nobody can tell, and you know, I'm just going to go with the call on the field? Like, I don't know. It really does open a lot of open the door for a lot of discussion.
No, I agree.
I was also going to add. Now, damn it, I just forgot what I was going to say. Oh, got it. Weren't they discussing that they were going to make roughing the passer a kind of targeting penalty where if they review and they feel it's egregious enough, they'll throw you out of the game? That's ridiculous. That's awful.
They discussed. I didn't hear about that.
You didn't? I'm surprised.
No, but let me bring up two things real quickly that go into the referee conversation. First of all, I do think, you know, the play Josh Johnson hits his head and gets out of the game. I think that should have been roughing the passer. Because they always talk about the way you land, the way this, like,
how hard the hit
I would have to see a replay of that, but he landed on his head and that got him out of the game. That's not roughing the passer, apparently.
No, it should.
Right, I agree with you, John. The other thing is this: I want to say the XFL or the AFL, no, the AAF did this. I want to say it was XFL. They used to. When this was obviously before COVID and everything, so they were still active. Every time there was a challenge or an officiating like review or like a scoring review, they'd go to the booth and they would literally have a camera and an audio piece inside the booth, and the guy talking to the officials on the field would actually be on the mic. So he'd be saying, yeah, he did not complete the process of a catch. At least it doesn't look like it. The NFL would never, ever do such a thing. Never. Now, obviously, I guess the XFL did that not just as a rules thing, but like try to get people in on the game. But still, it goes to the point that the NFL will never do that because that's more of an image problem. But yes, we did hear about the UCL thing for Brock Purdy.
Mm-hmm.
Any corresponding thoughts on that?
Well, the 49ers have terrible luck. They lost 3 quarterbacks in like a span of a season. Like, I don't know, like, what kind of fucking curse got put on, or
I've never seen that before.
Got put on.
All 3 to season-ending surgery. I've never seen that before.
That is like Donald said, like unheard of almost. How's everything, Jeffrey? But again, going back to the Josh Johnson thing, that should have been a roughing the passer. But and in terms of like roughing the passer, what Luka was saying, it's kind of weird because first off, I think it's bullshit that you can get called a roughing the passer for the way you land on a guy. Like it's like you're tackling someone, so obviously you're gonna go down with them. Now if it's like a hit to the head, or if it's like a blindside hit, or like you do something you shouldn't, like that's roughing the passer. So I think it's kind of bullshit if you land on someone that once they put that and started calling that. I think that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen whenever it does get called. But also, you take a look at some of these rules, and like I said, like there's no maybe it's not how they're calling it. Maybe there's no definitive way they write it, because maybe they have to change that. But there's no consistency again, and I've said this before. Like I said, I know what a catch is. Like you guys know what a catch is, but we should. But it's really I don't know what to
make of it.
I don't know what to make of it. Yeah,
I want to say there was a play. I don't know if it was last week or this week. I'm going to say it was this week. For recency bias, maybe my head's somewhere else. Where Jason Kelsey, I think, literally blocked. No, it was the fucking punter play. The roughing the kicker.
Yep.
The dude was literally blocked into him. I mean, do we not see that, like, he was blocked into him? Like, do people not look at this? Do the officials not look at this shit? And there's 2 other scenarios I'm going to bring up, and they're particularly with the Giants, even though they were 2 years ago, 3 years ago. So one I'll look at is, obviously, maybe Luka and John don't have a distinctive memory of this because obviously they're not Giants fans. They probably don't, watch as closely. Donald, you remember that play when Deion Lewis against the Cardinals was returning a kick and he ended up fumbling the ball and it was actually kicked out? Do you remember that?
What year was that?
2020.
Oh, I kind of blocked that year out. It was a terrible year.
So there's that. Like that ball was, and there's multiple scenarios where the ball is literally kicked out. Like you cannot challenge that. I mean, they need to expand the challengery, if that's a word ever. The second one is kind of like the one that I mentioned before about the punting. This one you'll probably remember, Donald. You remember the sack where Kyle Allen tore his ACL in 2020 with Jabril Peppers?
Mm-hmm.
Brutal.
Nobody saw that Jabril Peppers was literally blocked into Kyle Allen's ankle.
Yeah, it wasn't deliberate. Yeah.
That's something we'll be going over later, Jeffrey.
I'm sorry, I got to bring this up. I'm bringing this up because this has to do with our thing of officiating. I think Pat Beverly just got teed up for arguing with the official because they were diving for a loose ball. Patrick Beverly picked it up, and Seth Curry grabbed Beverly by his leg. And I guess they gave the foul on him, or Beverly wanted something more serious, but Ben Taylor gave him a T.
Here we go again. Yeah, I literally actually turned my head.
But anyways, another thing with the referees, and like, how can you put your full body weight on somebody when you're going for an official tackle, but not the quarterback? I know quarterback
that way.
I know quarterback's the most sacred position, but still.
What? He got a technical? What?
Yeah,
sorry,
camera this time.
I just
What
saw.
are you catching up on, John?
No, the the replay of that
It's the Nets game going on.
yeah.
Oh,
Nets
What
Lakers,
Luke was
Patrick
saying,
Beverley got
I
another
literally,
10.
I just saw the replay, and he literally grabbed Alfred Beverly's leg and tripped him. But
Pat Beverly, Alfred Beverly.
So I think the right question to this is, John, how will this affect LeBron's legacy? But
Hard.
no, Almighty, we have not
worst
talked
player
about
ever.
What was that, John?
Worst player ever, my generation.
Yeah, definitely. But I guess we can start slowly moving to this 49ers game. It was close at the start, but then Brock Purdy got knocked out with the UCL injury with the elbow. And Josh Johnson came in, and the offense just didn't look good. And then he got knocked out. And then you know what? I don't mean to make this Giant centric here. I don't want to, because this is a playoff conversation. But I want, because since we have some Giants viewers, I know obviously Donald's opinion, but they don't know our opinion. Donald, you want to explain your thoughts on Kayvon's trash talking Twitter wise?
Yeah, sure. I don't care whether it's popular or not with Giants fans, because it's not a review on Kayvon Thibodeaux. I'm a big Thibodeaux fan. He was the guy I wanted coming out of the draft. Of all the guys, I wanted him. Him and Sauce Gardner. So obviously we didn't get Sauce, but I wanted him because I always thought he was a legit pass rusher. Very excited about him, and I think he's had a very solid year. However, shut the fuck up. You ain't done nothing yet, bro. You're a rookie. You're a fucking rookie, man. You don't even have the tape to back yourself up that much. So shut up and enjoy the other teams playing, because you'll learn something. That's the truth, man. Shut up and play. That's a Tom Coughlin philosophy. Now, he was a dude who was old school. He was an old school coach, and I very much subscribe to his old school views. Call me an old fogey. I don't give a fuck. I'm very much a subscriber to that. I'm just like, you know what? Just play hard. Shut the fuck up. Do your job. Win the game. Then after you win the game, be humble. Be humble. You know what? And if the other team are being assholes, good, because it's going to piss them off even more, the fact that you're humble and you stay quiet. The reason why I'm saying that is I'm just looking at the 2011 New York Giants, right? Sorry, Luka, but the Jets were a bunch of assholes that year.
No. I agree. I know the story. I know. Listen,
yeah. So I'm just saying, further to the point, they covered up the Super Bowl trophies.
The Super Bowl Lombardi trophies, hiding them. Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Terrible, right? So they were very mouthy, and the Giants were just like, Tom Coughlin was just like, don't react. Whatever you do, don't react. Just go and do your job, and after you win, get on to the next week, right? Because it's just going to make the other team look worse if you just shut the fuck up and get on with your job. And that's what the Giants did great that year. The Patriots were the most awful, disgusting excuse of a franchise. They were rubbing it in. Giants kept their mouth shut, won the Super Bowl, and moved on, right? That's what I subscribe to, man. I don't subscribe to bullshitting. I don't subscribe to, like, gyrating and all this nonsense. I did kind of like Thibodeaux's snow angel, because I didn't think he actually knew that he injured the guy until he was kind of celebrating on the sidelines when clearly the dude was injured. That was a little bit, okay. But I let him off with that because dude's excited. It's a game, right? But now the Giants are irrelevant. I'm sorry. The Giants are not a story right now. The Giants are at home. They got their ass beaten horribly by their greatest rival, and they have to just shut up, and they have to take it, man. They have to watch the Eagles. They have to watch the Chiefs, and whatever. You just have to deal with it. Do not comment on them and saying, oh, I bet you wish you had us now. Dude, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. And also, I don't like him constantly saying, oh, I don't know who you are, to guys like Staley, like dudes like Jeff Saturday. These are dudes that have a resume, right? Now, I know offensive linemen don't necessarily get the credit, but if you know your football, if you know your history, which Thibodeaux should do as a professional football player, you should know who Jeff Saturday is. You should know who Staley is. You should know who these dudes are. So just shut up, appreciate what they've done, and just don't be an asshole. That's just all I'm asking. Don't be an asshole. It's also not the Giant way, because the Giant way are people that are very respectful. And I don't really subscribe to this shit.
So real quickly before we head into the 49ers game, as I said, I just wanted to get Donald's opinion. He expressed it well. Are you doing predictions, Alex? If you're talking about picks, we're not doing it this week. It will be next week for the Super
I
Bowl.
was just going to say I completely agree with Donald's sentiment. He's, to be honest, people are going to call me hater or whatnot, but Kayvon for the first half of the year really didn't show up. Second half of the year, he showed up, but still, that's nothing compared to guys like Staley and Eric Armstead. Like, as I said this in the chat yesterday, use that as motivation, like the Giants did with this whole hiding of the Lombardi Trophy thing. Like, whether people like me saying this or not, this was a concern of his coming out of college. The personality, everybody likes the rah-rah type of guy, but there's a time where like, shut up, be humble, and keep quiet. And another thing, I know everybody had a bad game, but did Kayvon necessarily show up against the Eagles? I know he was.
No, he's awful. He was awful.
There was no presence. That's my point.
And
that's exactly it, man. And also, to be honest, I've hoped that Joe Shane and Brian Dable would have gone to the Giants players saying, I don't want you guys mouthing off on Twitter during the offseason about football. Like, whatever you want, I don't give a fuck. But if it's about football and about opponents and all that stuff, don't get engaged. I would hope that would be a thing that would be fed back because, again, it reflects on your franchise. It reflects on your organization if dudes are feeling themselves over nothing.
So my little 2 cents before we get to the Niners-Eagles game is I actually a good friend of ours and Donald's co-host on Nerding Out Sports actually comments on my thing yesterday, and he says he disagrees with me about the whole Tibbs thing, which disagreements are fine, but obviously he stated his case, I stated mine. I said, love the March Madness idea content-wise, good way to expand the channel. Definitely. We'll take that into account. I am for trash talking if you have a resume. If you're Michael Strahan, if you're friggin'
Darrell Revis.
Darrell Revis, right? If you're a guy that trash talks, but you have a resume to back it up, I got no issues with you. You know, Super Bowl champion, a guy that has like 10.5 sacks. Okay, all right.
Jermaine Pratt.
Fuck him. But Tibbs, and I understand, and someone compared it to, he's going to be the next OBJ made by Giant fans. First of all, OBJ, his first season in few seasons, had 1,000 yards. Kayvon, the 4.5 sacks that Thibodeaux had doesn't account to that. So let's stop. Let's put that to rest, all right? Because I know Giant fans like to create controversy with their own fan base. My point is this. Kayvon Thibodeaux, yeah, 4.5 sacks. I get it. There was a ton of holding penalties, but people could still pull up the tape and say, what'd you do this game? What'd you do that game? What'd you do that game? Your team had one win against a bad defense and then exited the playoffs. There are certain things where I don't care about the look on the Giants organization. Like, we were an underdog basically the entire year. I didn't care about that. I embrace the underdog mentality. But at the same time, there's shit that catches up to you, including social media. Like Kadarius Toney, we all know he's a social media gadget. We all I'm gonna just leave that as a thing. But you could easily turn into a great trash talker. You could easily turn into a great trash talker or Eli Apple. And I'm not saying Tibbs is Eli Apple, but if he doesn't show up and if he doesn't back up his trash talk, then you have an empty argument for people who have more of a resume. That's why the last few years, Giants fans haven't been truthfully able to trash talk Eagles fans, Cowboy fans, because they've been owning their ass.
Exactly.
So, in my opinion, as long as you have something to back it up, okay, we can have a discussion. He could do what he wants on social media. And I'm not a social media police officer. Neither is Donald. But at the end of the day, these things need to be taken into account. And I don't care about the target on the back, but once again, just use that on the field because someone could, again, easily use that clip of him screaming at the official.
I still don't like him going, "Who are you?" to dudes that have got long careers in the NFL. Like these are long, successful careers in the NFL. They might not have big numbers because they're offensive linemen. Obviously, they don't get numbers, but they still deserve respect. They do command respect if you've had a long career in the NFL, especially a successful one. Jeff Saturday had a very, very successful career as a center. Now, that doesn't mean he's a good coach. He's a fucking awful coach. Hilarious coach. I'll take the piss out of him all day. But as a player, very, very good player. So, again, I know who he is. Why does Thibodeaux not know who he is?
And why do people have to know who you are?
Well, that's true as well.
Like, yeah, you were this top 5 pick coming out of college, but in a few years you could either be a somebody or a nobody.
Well, that's right. You've not done anything in the league to back this up. It's exactly your point, Alex.
He could turn it to Deion Jordan for all we care.
Yep.
Ooh.
Yeah. The Empire State, they should be fucking ashamed of themselves, and they should be fired for whoever did that. Whoever did that, they should be fired.
Fuck them.
Thank you, Blue
That
City.
was horrible.
Alex, if you interview
Gross.
Pizzle, will Luca have
Fucking disgrace.
the whistle on? I might have to borrow the whistle and do an impression. Let's
It
see.
is.
Would this be yes, first brother matchup in the Super Bowl? Yes, that's definitely. And we're gonna.
Hey, Hayes had a comment. Are you guys pissed Kadarius Toney's in the Super Bowl? How about his?
No.
How about his little trash talk comments? He's still.
I didn't
angered
see what
by
he
fans.
said. If I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, you got to check the chat, Alex. He
Oh, I
got
saw that. Yep.
he got at another fan because somebody was talking about.
Oh
it.
yeah, with a DM, right? Yep. Another.
He's a mental midget.
Yeah.
Little midget.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to say the derogatory term that he brought up, but I'll bring up his hilarious. Such a soft ass reply. He's such a big baby. So this dude was just like, he was kind of ripping the piss out of the fact that Toney never stays healthy, right? And then Toney goes and slides into his DMs and goes, "Pussy always talking like they no bumming on the couch, walking motherfuckers play. Bitch boy, stay in your place." So, yeah, right. I mean, honestly, he's been on the couch more than we are. And I spend my life on the fucking couch. He's on the couch more than me because he's never fucking healthy. He wasn't even playing. He plays 3 snaps.
He's going to play the Super Bowl. Are you kidding?
Exactly. Why do I give a fuck that he's in the Super Bowl? He's not going to play. He's going to play 2 snaps, drop a catch, and go fucking home. You're going to fuck him with Kadarius Toney.
No, he's gonna-
so overrated.
He's a
Complete
fucking rock. That's what
trash,
he is.
And he's a toolbox as well.
He's a tool. Yeah, he's going to sprint down there and be like, "Oh, my hamstring."
Yeah.
I mean,
this
how
is-
much of it? Like, thank
this
God
is
the
gonna
Giants
be
got
him.
rid of him.
This is gonna be him. Patrick Mahomes looks to pass. I got it. Ow! My hamstring. My hamstring.
Right, I'm straight.
You call 911. You get the AED.
The fuck out of here with that shit. And I don't usually like clowning players, but you know what? Shut the fuck up after a while.
Exactly.
That might be clip worthy, by the way. All of that.
Yeah, probably.
Shouts to KV Singh. I haven't seen you before, so definitely be sure to like, comment, subscribe. You might be one of my new subscribers by this question, though. Hey, guys, what positions do you think should be dressed early for next season's roster, both free agency and the draft? Linebacker, O-line, corner, wide receiver. I'm doing my scout work. Donald, if you want to answer that.
What positions do you think should be addressed early? I want an interior linebacker, man. That's probably more of a priority for me. That's why I'm not going to give up like a first round and a third round and another round for T. Higgins. As much as T. Higgins is amazing, we're not a wide receiver away from fixing this team.
All right.
We've got a lot of holes, man. And he's
If
just
you-
wide receiver.
It like this, and I've had people talk to me about it. I'm still not sold on the whole trading for a wide receiver thing. But if we do like solid this year, and then a year 3, you trade for a wide receiver, I have no issues, just as long as we have a foundation, kind of like what's going on in Buffalo.
Mhm.
Despite them choking all the time, which these 2 guys down here love to see because they're Jet fans. But yeah, no, year 3, if Jones is at least playing solid, if the foundation's playing solid, you can go out and trade assets for a wide receiver, and then we move forward from there. But thank you for the question, KB.
Alex,
Donald, are
wait.
you saying you don't want the Kadarius Toney jersey I bought for you?
Yeah, no, I think you can hold on to that one, man.
Kadarius
Alex.
Toney, you'd be like, I'm open, ouch, my back. No, it's his hamstring.
Alex, you forgot. You can draft my guy out of LSU, Boutte. Okay.
Booty, Deshaun Booty, yes.
Yes.
Bitch boy, stay in your place. There you go, Jacob.
Imagine if Alex actually pulled a KT.
Imagine KT got injured on the couch.
He'd be getting up
He
for
would.
soda or something like that.
Yeah.
He's like
Oh,
the,
my back.
He gets up to go for a piss and he pulls a hamstring.
you guys
I mean-
ever play the Operation board game?
Yes.
That's him. That's him.
I mean, he's so injury prone, but I feel for guys like Todd Gurley who developed arthritis in their knee. KT is just such a soft player. He would get injured off the
Because at
couch.
least Todd Gurley
You
was
know what?
like one of the best
I
running
got
backs.
this. Here's a comparison. KT is the Anthony Davis of football, except AD has a ton more talent.
I want to shout out my guy Super Taj because he actually made that comparison.
He is literally Anthony Davis, except Anthony Davis, from what I know, doesn't completely trash talk everybody that is in it, that trash talks him on Twitter.
Yeah,
You
he
guys
doesn't
got
go in
to
people's
breathe
DMs.
air on him and he'll fall apart. Stop him hurting him.
Oh, Tony's injured.
I agree. I low-key hope we trade down with the first if possible. We can fill up the roster with better talent. Giants, I don't know if the Giants need to trade down because they have like 10, 11 picks. But hey, listen, I guess you can never have enough draft picks. Since I was late, did you guys talk about Trent Williams yet? Oh yeah, that's an interesting.
Trent Williams completely wrecking Kayvon Wallace,
See,
grabbing by the back and throwing him down.
I'm like half-sided on that because I'm like, okay, the dude wouldn't stop grabbing. And Trent Williams had to stick up, but it's like he's frustrated, and that's not necessarily a way to take out your anger. So I'm like half-sided on that. I mean, how do you guys feel?
Um,
And fuck the Eagles.
Yeah. I love fights in football. I'm all for it.
I
don't-
agree.
I mean, it was a little hard, but at the same time, like, I think, Trent was like Trent Williams. I mean, if you want to watch the clip, we can. Oh, I thought you had the original, or
There was nothing wrong with that.
But like, it was a scuffle. Like,
My guy, that's badass.
I mean, no, yeah, of course. Like, believe me.
Hold on, I want to call timeout real quick. Why are the side officials that are wearing jackets? These are sideline officials coming out on the field. If players and coaches cannot come on the field, why the fuck are they on the field?
I mean, to prevent Trent Williams from throwing more Eagles, I don't know, but other than like his German suplex move, like I'm all for fighting in like football. Like, fuck it. If guys, whatever sport it is, if guys want to rock it and duke it out, hey, I'm gonna watch. I'm
That's
not
a
gonna
hockey fan talking in you,
right?
John.
Like literally, like I'm not gonna sit there and be like, hey, no, that's not allowed. No, we can't do that.
Yeah,
Like-
you're a hockey fan. They literally do that. That's entirely your
They
game.
literally, they're on ice, fucking beating the shit out of each
Yeah.
other. Sometimes, like I love that. Like I also love UFC and boxing. Like
It's like an ISO except for fighting.
what happened?
It's like every time there's a hockey fight, it's literally like an ISO in basketball.
It is. It really is. But like in terms of football, like guys do it all the fucking time. Like there's been, certain times where guys have gone like Superman punch in there. And I'm like, oh, good punch. Like, I'm not saying no violence. Like, fuck yeah, I want more of it.
Dude, in the 90s, everybody was beating the shit out of each other.
With
That
the
was
basketball.
literally all ice hockey was. It's all football was. And basketball, the 90s Knicks were badasses. The Bad Boy Pistons literally had the nickname Bad Boy Pistons because they were bad motherfucking boys. And that's what it was all about. And then also in like soccer and British soccer, dudes karate kicked each other. There was one dude who literally jumped into the stands and karate kicked a fan. I mean, that literally happened, man.
On our test.
There is
That was it as well. So that happened.
the malice at the
Literally
palace. There
everybody kicked the shit out of
there
each
was
other. So I don't give a fuck.
the infamous in hockey. So I guess we'll have a little story time. The infamous hockey fight, for those who don't know, Ty Domi, one of the baddest, toughest guys in the NHL at one time. He played in the 90s mainly. But a fan jumped over into the penalty box and he just started unloading. Like, I think he threw at least like 5 to 10 left hands, and like, he beat the shit out of him, but rightfully so. Like, he's trying to defend for his life. And so fuck it. Like, why are we complaining about like fighting? Like, now I know Trent Williams shouldn't have, maybe did a suplex like a Greco-Roman, UFC fighter. But, at the same time, I'm not complaining. You know what? I wish that happened more in baseball too. If someone wants to throw behind the batter, fuck it. I want to see a brawl. I don't care if anyone
Kareem
gets
Garcia, the Yankees.
Right.
I mean, the Yankees, Red Sox.
Except when you
always
throw an old
fighting.
man to the ground. I have a problem with that.
Okay.
yeah.
Well,
Fuck
yes and
Pedro.
no. Now, if you don't want to get involved in the fight, then stay out of it. Be like, oh, no, my teammates got this. But if you stand on the field, I know it's going to sound a little controversial. You're fair game.
Yeah, like when Roger Clemens threw the bat at Mike Piazza, and then the bench is cleared. That was awesome.
Yeah.
And then
Piazza should have beat the shit out of him because he's a scumbag, but
I was in Team Roger. I was like, go for it, bro.
I think Roger would have decked.
figured.
Roger would have decked Piazza.
Dude, the Yankees and the Red Sox in the 90s beat the shit out of each other as often as they possibly could.
Don't you remember?
They hated each other.
You guys remember it, the Veritek A-Rod fight?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They got into his face, and Veritek and A-Rod, caused the whole melee.
I miss that. I miss having that burning, deep hatred. Now I'm just kind of indifferent. Maybe it's just because it's just been used to all this losing, but I love having a burning hatred to other teams. I don't have it now.
Hacky fights every day of like the previous day, just so you guys can get in the spirit of like hoping for a fucking brawl on the field or the court or wherever.
It's great.
All fun and games.
I mean, I would like to be that fan that pours beer on Steven Jackson's head when he's exiting the stadium. I mean, I remember watching Malice of the Palace for the first time, and then Ron Artest is punching the fan. Steven Jackson's punching another fan. Then when Steven Jackson's entering, everybody's pouring popcorn and drinks on him. Like, I want that shit, bro. I'm invited.
I believe that fan got arrested for 30 days. I remember watching a video on it. I don't remember if it's true or not. But I believe that fan did get jail time for it, for throwing the beer at Steven Jackson. Probably the most badass NBA fight.
And then, of course, there was the fan that accidentally made it on the court, and then he got absolutely taken out.
I don't know if it was an accident.
Well, no, he didn't. He found himself, and it was like going face to face with a great white shark. That shark ate the motherfucker.
There was a play this year when there was a fan on the field. Bobby Wagner tackled him, and the fan wanted to press charges. Like, the fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Like John said,
around and find out is my favorite philosophy that I've learned.
Like, was he expecting to play patty cake with Bobby Wagner, or like what was the deal?
No, the dude was on the field.
No. I know. I'm just being sarcastic. I'm saying, like, what did the fan expect? Like,
he expected him to give him a handshake.
A duck goose game? Come on.
He expected. I don't know if you guys remember this. I think this was a year ago when the London games were happening, and there was this random ass British dude in a fucking Jacksonville helmet coming on for the field goal. Does anybody remember that?
Oh yes, I know what you're talking about. Yes,
he was expecting that, but decided. Well, he got bitched. I was at this game. Game. Yes,
I was on the train. I was like,
game.
On the train after the game, I was like, Ron Artest. And then there was a Yankees Pistons fan next to me. He's like, did you just say Ron Artest? I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah, they weren't at all similar.
If it was the 90s Yankees, it would be similar. Because actually, no, it'd be the other way around where Miles Straw would have gotten his ass beat by Yankee fans. But, there is that.
I remember that.
I felt kind of bad after seeing it because the guy really did get knocked out, and like the fan didn't need to.
I couldn't have been more proud as a New Yorker watching that.
I mean, yes, of course, but like I didn't want the guy to get killed. And Toney, I don't put irrelevant garbage on my wall. So,
oof, that's an interesting one. What about figure skating? They need to throw elbows out there too.
Yeah,
you could probably cut somebody, take your figure skate off, cut somebody fucking up their faces.
Well, there was that girl. There was that famous skater who deliberately injured a woman for the. It was. There was a movie about it. Margot Robbie starred in it.
famous figure.
And everybody's married to her apparently now.
I know. I love that.
I don't know where that came from.
I really hope my name pops up.
Was it Nancy Kerrigan?
I've been dreaming of that day.
Was it Nancy Kerrigan? I think that might be the name.
I think it is.
Which Greenlaw play? Andre Johnson was a good one.
It was with
Akeem
him
Talib and Michael Crabtree. The I don't know if Tony remembers this, but I think this was when the Texans were on Hard Knocks. DeAndre
It was
Hopkins
Tonya Harding. Sorry,
Mhm.
she brought figure skating to its knees.
Yep. And then there was the infamous AJ Green and Jalen Ramsey fight back when Ramsey was a Jaguar.
Yep.
That
Dude
was
literally choke slamming.
Yeah, he fucking choked Jalen Ramsey out. He couldn't handle the trash talk, and he said, "Fuck you."
As a New Jersey Devils fan, when I saw the Rangers fit that, so wow, okay, so a Devils fan saying respect to a Rangers fan for clocking somebody in the face. I didn't expect that one, but thank you for your TED Talk, Blue City. We've had a lot of fun over the last 20 minutes talking about fights. It's been quite entertaining, I must say.
I guess this is what happens when we don't have any upcoming football this weekend.
Well, sometimes you just get carried away, and we love to get carried away here.
Mm-hmm.
Which Greenlaw play are you talking about, Jacob?
I'm not sure.
Maybe he was penalized for something yesterday that I don't know about.
Yeah, look what Philly did. They drafted Devontae, and then they traded for Brown. We had our Devontae. Yep, that's basically my plan. Don't forget. Yeah, that was. I don't know if there were any like real punches thrown in that fight though. Like I remember that I shut off the game, and I'm like, then I saw on Twitter, yeah, there was a fight. I'm like, what?
I'm surprised this wasn't brought up. The Odell Josh Norman game.
Oh,
You know what we didn't bring up, and I know he has a great point. The Kadarius Toney famous punch. we were clowning him for like 10 minutes, and then we didn't bring that up. I don't know how we didn't do that, but yeah. Like Donald, let me ask Donald, what was his reaction to that? Because Joe Judge obviously was pissed, even though the mantra was fight.
Or the
Kadarius Toney punch.
Yeah. Well, that was annoying because he was having a hell of a game. This is the only game that he showed up. He was having an insane game.
Well, then again, the game was over.
Well, it's true it was, but he was having a great day. Like it was a top of the score game at that point. Like you never know, crazy things that happen, but he didn't. He hurt the team doing that shit. That was stupid. What about Odell Beckham?
The Josh
that
Norman
famous fight, Josh Norman, yeah.
Yeah, that's another one to add to the list. I mean, I wasn't actively watching football at that point, but I know my friend always used to clown me. He's like, "Oh, OBJ is this, OBJ is that." Blah, blah, blah. But there was also another fight that nobody really talks about with OBJ, and this is just because I've rewatched games. In 2014, him and Alec Ogletree.
Oh, Alec Ogletree.
Yep. That was like the most random player he could have fought to.
He played for the Jets too. I heard he was awesome.
That's right. That's right.
He was a bad giant.
He was pretty bad.
He was a bad giant.
At the time, he got traded to the Giants. I'm like, yeah, this is a good trade. We got a linebacker. And I'm like, oh, fuck, he sucks. Angry John, what is the hardest you've ever seen?
Hit.
Hardest hit you ever seen hockey hit. For me was Paul Carrier getting knocked unconscious in the Stanley Cup in 2003.
Yeah, I remember that. I was a little like I was maybe 2 years old during the Korea hit, but the biggest hit I remember when I was actually like 5 or 6, and a defenseman named Brian Campbell just stepped up into one of the it was Buffalo and Philly in a playoff game, and RJ Umberger had the puck. He received a blind pass, and Campbell just went straight through him, and Umberger did not move for like 5 or plus minutes. Like he was knocked out. Like it was if I could show you the hit, you know what? I might do it. I might send it to you guys later. But oh my God, like this was like a fucking train, like knocking out someone. Like it was like bad. And the worst part was it wasn't even like a elbow to the head. Like, he went straight through his fucking chest. And my
Whoa.
God, like, the dude was just like lying there for a few minutes. And then a little bit of a hockey brawl sprawled out after that. So that drew the attention away. But that is probably the biggest hit. And I'll give you, you know what? I'll throw in another caveat. The biggest hockey fight I've seen in terms of a knockout. I've seen a few of them, but one of the NHL's biggest rats, Matt Cook, got knocked out by Evander Kane, who's actually a stud now, but he was like an 18-year-old kid, and he threw a right, connected with his jaw, and Matt Cook went night-night. Gym tight for Matt Cook, so.
Yeah. Yeah, as I said, we're gonna need to. We'll be implementing hockey some point down the line. Well, I'd rather. I mean, I've seen that one from before. My friends have actually requested that, but yes, Jeffrey, we're gonna have Dead Red on Thursday. Some other fight that John was reminding me with the OBJ thing. Antonio, well, it wasn't a fight, but it was a hard hit. Antonio Brown and Vontaze Burfict.
Uh-huh.
Talk about
Yeah,
the dirtiest player in NFL history. Vontaze Burfict is that.
Wasn't he like suspended like every other
Yeah.
game or like
Yeah.
every other like
And
every
then,
other time he was back from a suspension? It's like, all right, I'm gonna play a few games here. Let's get suspended. What can I do this time?
I actually watched a video on him. It's because he used football as like he had a really rough childhood, and I'm not excusing him. He used his anger towards football, and he took it kind of quite literally sometimes.
Oh yeah, so rough childhood equals let's try and kill someone's spinal cord. great psycho.
There's also, shit.
There was Myles Garrett and Mason Rudolph when
That's
Myles
the one
Garrett
I was
deliberately
gonna
tried to
go
kill.
yeah. Myles Garrett, Mason Rudolph. I wouldn't be surprised. He's got the hat on. He's got the hat on, Blue City.
Horrible. The only thing that's horrible is the fucking Devils. Fuck them. They can't even sell out. Fuck them.
So they like the Mets at some point.
All right, we don't have to go after my baseball team now.
Are you guys gonna go if you're seeing the new Tom Brady movie?
The old people movie.
No.
No, I'm not gonna see that movie.
No,
I tried to watch the first episode of that ESPN documentary and I was asleep. That was so boring.
like his ex-wife. I'm trying to forget about him as much as I can.
Did she literally say that?
No, I'm just paraphrasing.
Paraphrase. Poor Tom's down bad. He lost so much weight. Apparently, because of
face
the
is like,
yeah. Apparently, because of the divorce was really affecting him.
Yeah. I probably have to look it up on Twitter, Jacob. The Devils, if I remember. No. Oh no.
And how many times have the Devils been in the playoffs the past decade? Oh, I can't put this finger. Oh, sorry.
It's a good comeback.
Sue is dirty. Sue is dirty. No, he's definitely dirty.
He stomped on Aaron Rodgers and Evan.
Yeah, the stomp was one of the worst things I've ever seen someone do by Sue, who's ironically is. I mean, he's still a good player. Like, and he's still useful. He played in yesterday's game. But yeah, that was a dirty fucking play. To stomp on a guy, there's a difference between two guys fighting and one guy, getting almost fucking decapitated with a stomp. But
Sue is a dirty player. And then I think Donald brought this up last week. He was trash talking Giant fans. We're like, dude, you did nothing.
With like 8 snaps.
Yeah. Let's see. When is the hockey fights?
I mean, they used to be a really good rivalry, especially like the latest I can remember was like the 2000s, but like it's kind of died down a little bit just because they haven't really faced each other in the playoffs. But and yes, Evan, we'll see what happens. I don't chant fire my coach after one game, so.
Well, I mean, Luka has a different story this year. He basically everybody. Well, John was here. Maybe he watched the video But I know it was Donald, me, Brian, Rob, and Luca, and he basically wanted Robert Saleh fired after week 1. Isn't that right, Luca?
Yes, I still want him fired, but
You were actually right.
But the difference is, so I'll explain it. They literally chanted "Fire Lindy" and then went on like a ridiculous run and had to say "Sorry, Lindy." The difference between me and Luca with that is me and Luca still don't like Robert Saleh, like because he's a fucking doormat. Okay, he's absolute garbage.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. Like, at least I'm consistent. You know, fucking Saleh is a. Are we? I'm not gonna even get into him until we get to the Hackett stuff, which.
yeah, we'll get there.
I gotta find this.
Let's move back to football.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know we've talked about the
Fighting in hockey and all that stuff.
fighting and all
Back
these
to
different
football.
things.
I forgot we were talking about.
Bengals Chiefs game. Like, what was your general thoughts? We'll start with Alex. I mean, what were your thoughts on the game? Like, who played well for you? What stood out?
Well, I mean, people were kind of shitting on Spags early in the season because the Chiefs aren't like a top defense, but I mean, they held the Bengals pretty well. They got to him very early. And shout out to Joe Burrow and all those guys. They made adjustments. So, yeah, Mahomes played well for the most part. Burrow had those 2 bad interceptions. Pacheco was a factor, especially in the receiving game. MVS had a good game as well. Travis Kelce was somewhat limited. I mean, only 78 yards, but MVS had a really good game. T. Higgins with that Moss-esque catch. So, I mean, once again, going back to our reiterated point earlier, the story really shouldn't be the officials, but it was a very good game.
Luca?
Yeah, again, aside from the officiating, I thought it was a very good game. I do think Mahomes outplayed Burrow. Burrow had 2 ridiculous interceptions, which were unfortunate. Chiefs, the Bengals defense made their adjustments. Good job on them. The Chiefs defense played pretty well as well. They were just murdering in the first half. I noticed until the Bengals made the adjustments with the pass pro, they were murdering that offensive line. Like there was barely any snaps where Joe Burrow was getting consistently good pass protection.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as my players, Mahomes played good even with the bum ankle. Juju, Isaac Pacheco. Again, they have some really good playmakers. They're all solid, and you have a great coach who can, utilize them. So Bengals, T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow, unfortunately threw the interception, but yeah.
My guy Jacob. Yes, I agree, John. What were your thoughts on the game, man?
Well, first off, fuck Jacob. But anyway, no,
Jacob's my guy. Jacob knows. Jacob
I know why you're saying it, but anywho, you know what? What's it called? I'll save the Mahomes stuff for you because I know you were probably more adamant, just not as adamant as me. But Alex brings up the point of Spagnuolo and the defensive coordinator. First off, I don't really think anyone realizes, but the Chiefs have a shit ton of rookies and young players on the defense that actually played really well. Mm-hmm. I like Trent McDuffie. Jalen Watson had a pick. You had pass rusher Karlaftis. He had a sack.
Brian Cook had a tip, and then I think it went in Watson's hands or somebody else.
Yeah, I think it was him that had the pass defended on that throw. But then you throw it in. I think Nick Bolton, the linebacker. I think he's a very solid player.
I love Nick Bolton. He's a monster.
Yes. But then you throw Frank Clark's a veteran pass rusher, and Chris Jones finally showed up in the playoffs for the Chiefs, and he had a crushing hit on one of the Joe Burrow sacks, or it was either that or a quarterback hit. But he had a very good game. Just too quick for the Bengals offensive line. And I know they were down a few starters, but still, he was just too quick and powerful for him to be stopped. But, I liked the point that Tony Romo brought up on the broadcast where, these teams face in the regular season, and Spagnuolo is not going to show every clip, or not every clip, but every play or every trick in his bag. And he did a good job of, the Bengals didn't really have a fast start to this game, and he did a good job of interrupting their flow a little. I didn't feel like the Bengals played horrible, but I didn't think they got into a good rhythm. And credit to him, especially with a young defense, to do that. Something that got way overlooked. But I think I'll let Donald rave about our man, Mr. Best Player in the League. Take it away.
My guy. No, I mean, obviously, to touch on the game, first of all, I agree, man. I thought it was a really slow start from the Bengals. And there was a point where it was 13-3, and then there was the terrible interception by Burrow, and the Chiefs had the ball at the Bengal 40. And I felt that had they got in the end zone in that possession, that the game was over. But credit to the Bengals because they had a 3-and-out on that possession, and that changed the game. And then the Bengals seemed to make adjustments, and obviously Burrow, he re-aggravated his injury when he went to his left. He rolled to his left, and he re-aggravated the injury, and he started hopping. After that, some of his throws lacked a little bit of zip, which he was making in the first half. And in the first half, dude, he played like God for some of the shit that he was doing with one leg, and he was making some of the most amazing eye-of-the-needle passes. We'll get to later on, but I thought he played great. But you know what? I think the credit has to go to the Chiefs' defense, man. The Chiefs' defense was a story. Now, this is not something that the Chiefs were known for, but this was something that I quite liked about what the Chiefs' front office focused on. They were like, you know what? We can't afford to keep Hill. So what we're going to do is we're going to have wide receiver by committee, and then we're going to focus on going to double down on the defense in the draft. And they really did. Karlaftis was a great, great pickup. I think he's been awesome this year. He's actually been more consistent over the entire year than Thibodeaux. His numbers are better. And Karlaftis is a big sack right there yesterday. He's been a force. And motherfucker Jones is a monster, man. He is a monster. He's a one-man wrecking ball. His game has kind of gone in the same direction as Dexter Lawrence, where he's just taken off and he's kind of exploded, but he's been exploding, especially this year. I think he's been insane all year long. Same with Trent Williams. I mean, those three dudes have just like taken the league by storm by just dominating from the interior. And he was a one-man wrecking ball. And that was kind of the difference in the game. He was just insane. I've always loved Bolton. I think Bolton organizes things well. He's basically the quarterback of the defense. And McDuffie is a good mention there. Angry John, yeah, he did well. I just think that was a smart way of building the team, because you look at it. Smith-Schuster went down.
Well,
all their went injured apart from Valdez-Scantling.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was crazy. McCole Hardman went down. But everybody just got hurt. And Mahomes was passing to his fourth choice receiver, as well as Kelsey. But Kelsey was being double teamed. But it's not all about the Chiefs, because I felt that once they had that 3-and-out, the Bengals in that clutch spot, they dominated the game. And Mahomes really just took off, and he was making some of these most beautiful throws, man. I mean, that throw to T. Higgins was an insane touchdown. That perfect pass. What about the 3rd and 19 pass?
Mm-hmm.
That was ridiculous. Again, terrible coverage by the Chiefs, but that was a perfect pass. And you know what? I thought Burrow was sensational in the second half of the game. And it was just a really well played game. Jacob brings up Pacheco. He was great. He's not a threat in terms of a running back, but he's such a threat in the screen game, and he's so shifty. He's like a Madden player, man. He just goes. And I liked Reed's scheme, but I always love Reed's scheme. But I especially liked it in this game because what they noticed was that they really were keying in on Kelsey. They had like 2 or 3 guys who were just going in on Kelsey, right? But that set up a bunch of 1-on-1 matchups. And so, like, for instance, on the Toney grab, drop, whatever way you want to put it, was a perfect pass, but that was a 1-on-1. And it was a perfectly drawn out play. The Pacheco screens, that was all because Kelsey was being completely shut down. So they again were like taking advantage of the matchups that weren't being covered by the Bengals, and Pacheco was taken off, and that was just a really smart, well drawn out. There's been a lot of well drawn out plays, and I just thought that the whole game in general was terrific, and I just don't want to focus on some bad calls because I think it does a disservice to both teams, if anything, because the Bengals played a hell of a freaking game. Thought Joe Burrow was great. I wished it went to overtime. I really do. I would have loved to have seen in the new rules, see what would have happened. But in the end, the Chiefs were the better team, in my opinion. I think they thoroughly deserve to win the Super Bowl.
Any corresponding thoughts on that?
Well said.
No, I agree. The one thing I'll say for the Bengals, I think the offensive line injuries really did hurt them. Their run game was a non-factor. I think Mixon had I actually can look it up now.
30 yards. Actually, no, 19.
Yeah.
Wow.
8 carries for 19 yards. Again, really hurt with the I think it was 2 or 3 starters out. Again, just like there was in Buffalo. So would have been nice if and it also the pass protection was not good, as I said earlier. Chris Jones had his way with some of the offensive linemen, and they got to Burrow a few times, but in terms of that, heck of a game. I think it lived up to the hype despite the ref. So
Definitely did. I would say much till midseason. He's coming off a torn ACL midseason, so there's that. Casey has 2 defensive players that went to my high school in Maryland. MVS is a free agent. I wouldn't mind looking at. I didn't know that, but
He is a free agent. He's good. I like him. He's fast.
I need to look at his full resume beyond this past season, because I mean I know obviously was a solid receiver with Rodgers, but I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Definitely, was I the only person dreaming about T. Higgins, what he could do for the Giants? That touchdown grab was really
It was insane.
So good.
That was awesome. That was an awesome grab. But as I said, listen, T. Higgins is solid wide receiver. I'm not in that mindset of trading for a wide receiver.
Me neither. I'm not giving up a first round pick for a receiver because
Not this year.
no, I like I think was it Jacob that brought up earlier the idea that we could draft a wide receiver, say in the first or second round in this coming draft, and then if we continue to take a step forward, then we do what the Eagles did and make the trade for the AJ Brown or whatever.
Diggs.
You could make the trade at that point when you're a piece away from being a championship team, but we're not a piece away. We're about 11 pieces away, so we've got a lot of work to do. And we did really well to get to where we got, but we kind of got what we deserved. We got our asses kicked in the end. We kind of got found out in the biggest stage against a really good team. So again, you learn from that and go, you know what? We're not a receiver away. We got to attack the offensive line, get some corners. We need to discuss what we're going to do with the quarterback, the running back situation, receivers, D-line, every position, man, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. I know there was a question about that. I want to say it was Hayes or MH, but might do a call and show this coming Sunday because we have to go back to our tradition of the first weekend of the month. So that'd be the Sunday. And then obviously we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll call the Senior Bowl on Saturday. Didn't know that, but thank you for the update, Jacob. Would try. I mean, yeah, I've talked to Luke about that. He'd like Daniel Jones as a B option.
Yeah, but the thing is, we'll obviously get into it. I'll explain my theories.
I think this draft is heavy wide receivers. You see multiple picks at the same position in the draft. I know what he means by that. It could be maybe wide receiver,
Linebacker.
Would you guys want to? I haven't done my research on wide receivers yet. I've watched a little bit of Addison, but not Zay Flowers. Yes, he does. He's stopped rooting on the Eagles, but he went to college in Villanova, so there's that. I guess
I wonder if the receiver is that deep. I think it is deep, but I don't know how top end it is. I think
there's not.
It's not top end, but there's a lot of good selections. I haven't started looking at every single player, but like off the top of my head, like I know I can like count like maybe like a couple guys that'll go in like the late first round, maybe day 2, second round. Like,
yeah, off the top of my head, I'm thinking like Jordan Addison and Jigba are obviously the big names right now. I also mentioned Josh Downs. I think he's really good.
yeah, you can get a guy like Jalen Hyatt in day 2, and like
Hyatt is good, and then it just kind of middles. It's like some good prospects rather than like.
I wouldn't say it's like a stud-held receiver class.
Yeah,
agreed.
I would say this, and people may or may not take this the wrong way. I don't care. Difference between deep and dark. Like dark, excuse me, I got to explain the context of this. Dark web, deep web, 2 different things. Dark web is a place you don't want to go to.
In the dark web?
No. I've just had this concept explained to me before.
Alex is uncovered something I'm a little bit concerned about.
Deep does not mean that there's going to be a top guy, because it looks like there's not.
Yeah.
But dark, the dark web in this scenario would be there's an Odell Beckham, there's a Devontae Adams.
No, I completely get you. Yeah, you're right.
So yeah, but this is just my opinion. I don't see. You're gonna have to draft one. You're gonna have to draft one. You cannot neglect wide receiver in the first 3-4 rounds this draft. Flowers definitely will be there for sure. Last first, not sure about Addison. There's also
Quentin
Johnson, TCU kid. As I said, we'll be.
He's really good.
Yeah, he's really good. As I said, we'll be covering this shit. I know obviously we'll do a Super Bowl recap after the Super Bowl, but there's going to be, mock drafts being done by us. Senior Bowl, as I said, this weekend.
Please explain the concept.
Okay.
Concept or the context?
I would have clipped my eyebrows when you said the dark web. I was like,
you were like,
yeah, Alex, is there something that we don't?
Please elaborate.
Which is right on the ball.
Yeah, that's another clippable moment right there.
Yeah, we've had many to start the year. But any final thoughts on this Chiefs Bengals game before we go to our hated divisional rivals? And then we could hear Angry John.
I guess we could. I wouldn't mind showing one of the throws from our guy Patrick, because there's this tweet that I came across at Ball World. It's quite controversial. I want to throw it out to the Patrick Mahomes being a top 5 quarterback of all time at 27 years old is insane. Discuss. What do you think?
Not there yet.
Not there yet.
On the right track. Like
on the track.
Like
on the right track.
He's not better than Brady. He's not better than Breeze. He's not better than Peyton Manning. He's not better than Marino. He's not better than Montana.
Not yet.
No.
Not yet.
Not there.
Give him some time.
But he's tied for 8th all time in passing touchdowns in the playoffs now. Already. He's tied Dan Marino for most passing touchdowns in the playoffs. 8th all time already, man. He's only 27. And yeah, he's better than Rodgers for me, because Rodgers never showed up in the big game. I mean, Mahomes is basically in the championship game every single year that I can remember. Like, it's wild.
Mahomes is a better skill set, better talent-wise.
Like, in my opinion, like, obviously from watching the game for so long, I've never seen anyone throw like how Mahomes throws the ball. Like, the way I've just never seen that before. This is like something that you don't really want to teach. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's kind of like the Derek Jeter batting stance. It's not something that batting coaches would ever recommend. So you don't really recommend a Patrick Mahomes to run around and like jump throw and things like that, or sidearm it. But the thing is, he makes it special because, I don't know, through his baseball like heritage, like he sidearms like Randy Johnson. He can throw backflips. He throws like a freaking. He just throws like bullets, man. And I've just never quite seen anything quite like it. And he's probably like the best arm talent plus athleticism I've ever seen. I think that's something that you could maybe make an argument
easily.
With. Yeah.
Easily. The dude is throwing out here. I mean, I'm not saying yesterday, but we've seen him throw left-handed passes. We've seen him throw blind passes that look pretty. We've seen him throw bombs, shovel
Well, there's no
passes.
doubt he's got the it factor. And he again, as Donald was right. He does a lot of stuff you cannot teach.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
But
impeccable.
He's not only does he have he's got the talent, right? And a lot of guys have talent, but he's got the stats, and so far he's got the accolades to say he's number one.
In the league, yeah.
It's not even like a. And yes, I'm adding your friend, or I like him too, but Mr. Matt Riley, it's not even a comparison to anyone else. Stop the foolishness.
This one's a pretty cool throw.
Oh,
yeah, this is insane. Look at that.
Good pocket awareness.
Oh yeah, that play.
But
it's only in the replay that you can see just how expert this is, because the margin for error is nothing in this throw, because it's basically the width of the football. Because if you throw it either side, it's either going, incomplete, or it's being intercepted or knocked down. Look at the margin for error in this. That's insane. That is insane right there. Hilton was almost there, but it was a perfect throw. Plus, he was being sandwiched at that point.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's why, I think that, I know that not a lot of people love Patrick Mahomes right now because he's kind of, I guess I wouldn't say arrogant, but he certainly knows he's good, right? And rubs a lot of people the wrong way, or maybe because the Chiefs are winning all the time that, no one really wants to pay attention to that kind of level of greatness. But that shit is just, I've never seen anybody throw like that, and I appreciate it. I think it's freaking amazing. That throw, no one makes that throw. As I say, the margin for error is Hilton was there and the ball was there. That's how perfect.
It's tight coverage.
Yeah. If it was a little bit softer, if it was lofted or anything like that, it's an incomplete or an interception. And he did that with one leg while being sandwiched. That's just a special talent right there.
Yeah, definitely. I want to read a few comments. You see how tight that window is. Ridiculous throw. He's also pushing
Exactly.
off his fucked up ankle. It's correct. Baseball seat. Yep, definitely do. As I said, we'll be doing a stream on Wednesday. Mahoney knows the concept. McAdoo wanted to draft him, but he was overruled.
Oh,
I gotta hate the Giants.
What the worst part is, I don't like bringing my Jets into this, but the reason why we passed up on Patrick Mahomes is because we thought Christian Hackenberg was the future.
That's rough. He wasn't interested, Jacob.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
No, nobody's interested with us.
Nathaniel Hackett is, though. Any more throws you want to showcase, Donald?
Not particularly. No, I think that was a pretty good one.
All right. Yeah.
I think that was the best.
No, yeah, that was a pretty damn good throw.
The best. It was fucking amazing. It really was.
It is the Pats and the Falcons staff, if I'm not mistaken.
It means Bill O'Brien's going to be running a team.
My opinion, I was off.
What?
Pats are doing the Shrine Bowl. The Falcons are doing one of the teams for the Senior Bowl. So my bad.
Bill O'Brien, the DeAndre Hopkins legend. Wow.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he's going to be working.
The Reese's Senior Bowl announced that the Bears offensive coordinator Luke Getsy and Vegas Raiders defensive coordinator Patrick Graham will be doing the head coaching for the Senior Bowl.
Oh, yeah, right. So that's going to be a mixture of things. But it's going to be interesting to watch. It was one of my favorite things, especially since last year, to get into.
But be a barn burner.
Got to get into this blowout of a game that almost was 38-7, and that was the 49ers losing. I think John just fell or something because I heard something crash in the background. But the 49ers, with no QB, eventually lost to the Eagles. And they were alive for, as I said, 2.3 seconds. McCaffrey had a touchdown, but before that, Purdy was hurt. And there was basically no way to win the game. And I know Luca likes to use the words built-in excuses and whatnot with the quarterback, whatever. I know Brian was going
I was
on and
busting
on.
balls when I said that yesterday. You can't win a game with Josh Johnson as quarterback. Like the Shanahan system, you have to be really, 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 really shitty to completely fall in that system. Brock Purdy, a 7th-round pick, succeeded. Trey Lance, really shitty, did not succeed. And Jimmy Garoppolo succeeded.
That's true.
That's a good point.
That's true. But, I know Brian was going off and saying, why don't you just have McCaffrey and Debo and Wildcat?
Right. I agree because
I just thought the game was over at that point. I mean,
but you don't mail it in.
Yeah, I know it's lackluster analysis,
Like,
but
why are you placing? I got to interrupt. Why are you placing Purdy out there half healthy, and you're running the football? What's the purpose? What is he, a decoy?
I mean, not a very good one.
Exactly. You might as well just have McCaffrey at quarterback doing handoffs or throwing the ball.
Right. No,
Didn't that happen in the Giants game? Remember when Daniel Jones
that
was
was this year.
out and
They
then
put Daniel Jones didn't even make a throw, I think, after that, and they just
that's
handed
right.
it off Wildcat
And we had
all that
Saquon
stuff.
in the Wildcat for basically an entire quarter because Tyrod Taylor got himself hurt on his first play. And then there was the same situation, and they basically just had Saquon in the Wildcat for like an entire quarter. And then they brought in Daniel Jones, and he was just used as a
non-factor.
Yeah.
He was a total decoy. But I mean, your thoughts on the game, Donald?
It was so like boring. I was so disappointed in it. I really was. It was just like there was a non-factor. Basically, as soon as Purdy was done, then the game was not even interesting. Let's be honest. Like, it was only going to be going one way. To be honest, it was only going to go one way anyway. But I always felt that I just didn't think that he was ever going to take them to a Super Bowl. I thought it was going to run out at some point. You can only have so many game managers take you so far, you know what I mean? And it was a good story, and I wish him well. And it sucks for him because that 6 months might affect his chances of being the QB1 going into next year. And I feel bad for that because he's genuinely earned it. But as for the situation, I always felt the Eagles were going to win. But it was such a boring-ass game. Like, the Eagles just dominated, and then the quarterback got hurt, and then they were putting out a Jets freaking practice squad guy to fumble the ball and look like he wasn't a quarterback. And it was just such a mess. Like, there was nothing apart from a couple of runs from McCaffrey. It was just such a boring-ass game where it was one team just dominated the fuck out of the other team, and that's it.
John, your thoughts?
Well, unfortunately, like I said, the injury carousel for the quarterback of the Niners hit them again, and it really wasn't competitive after that. McCaffrey was pretty much their only offensive threat, which everyone knew at the time once Johnson was in the game. And then, like Lucas said, they used the worst decoy to put Brock Purdy back in the game, which really made no sense to me. But I'll switch it to the other side because you know what? For as much as you guys hate Philly, like I do give them their props for beating the crap out of the Niners team. I thought it'd be a little bit closer, but again, we won't be able to tell because of the injuries that they sustained. But see, I want to point something out because I've said this that the Eagles are like their roster is like ridiculously good. I was saying this during the Giants, like. They're so fucking talented. I want you to okay. Well, in all seriousness, like some of their like backup defensive players could be friggin' starters on like any other team. I want like do we not get how good a guy like Hassan Reddick is? Like this guy was like getting passed up like, he was like a second or third tier free agent when people want to sign him. And he almost like he was top of the league in sacks. Like he's incredible. Linval Joseph, another guy who's like a backup. He's had a fantastic career with Minnesota. comes to Philly, he's still good. They picked up Ndamukong Suh in the middle of the year. I know we talked about him for his stomping, but he really is a good football player. I swear on that. But just some of the other guys they've gotten this year: C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Bradbury in the secondary, Darius Slay. Yes,
so good.
Kazir White, Hargrave. Yeah, you know what? Brandon Graham is being used as a rotational pass rusher. And that dude's been in Philly for God knows how long, and he's been a hell of a player. And now he's on the rotation. That's how deep they are. Like, this is a deep team, and it's not going to be easy for the Chiefs to, get by, because they really do have a talented roster. I think Hurts played a good game yesterday. I don't really think he even had to have like a killer game, but he played good enough. And they just have so many different weapons on this team that, from top to bottom, it's not an easy team to be in. And I don't think they're frauds, even though Alex likes to put the Mickey Mouse picture.
You're so right, man. To be honest, it's better for the Super Bowl that they made it. Like,
they are
a 49ers Super Bowl would have been boring as fuck. Let's face it. This is ideal, man. You got the two best teams in football. I still think the Bengals and the Chiefs are the two best teams in football, but two of the top three best teams in football going for it. And you're so right. The Eagles roster is insane. Their offensive line is like a force field. It's like the fucking Great Wall of China. It's insane, man. Gainwell, Boston Scott. Hurts doesn't even need to throw, which is a good thing for him a lot of the time. Like, just run the fucking ball, and they will score every single possession.
You mentioned their offensive line. Like, Lane Johnson's really good. Jason Kelsey, even though he's still older, like, he's still really good. Jordan, what's his face? The tackle, Jordan. Really good. Like, Dickerson, really good. Like, just not a lot of holes on this team. When you look at them, it's like, how do you beat them? Like, I
don't know. I really don't know. Like, as a Giant fan, when I was looking at, is there a matchup that we could even exploit? The answer was no.
No,
there's really no matchup to exploit. They've given up one score in each game in the playoffs.
I'm always going to give the Chiefs a chance, just because they have the better quarterback. We're not going to talk about the Super Bowl yet, because obviously that's for next week when we do our picks. But they are an incredibly stacked roster. And once Purdy got out of the game, I don't even think it was really a contest, and it was kind of just a beatdown.
The Eagles thoroughly deserved to make the Super Bowl. They thoroughly deserved to make it from day one. I think they were by far the best team in the NFC. There wasn't even a team even in their vicinity.
No.
And I respect them. I have no respect for their fan base. Just look at what they were clowning around, destroying their own city.
You see before the
game,
I
love their team. I think their team's freaking amazing.
Really. With Bosa, his brother, Joey Bosa.
I saw that.
You see that exchange?
Well, you see the one where all the Eagle fans went through the bus station?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's it. Went through the bus stop.
Complete idiotic.
Here's
what I say to that.
Honestly, that's it. That's my favorite. Like, I just subscribe to that all the time. Whenever someone just does something, or someone ends up in a situation that they thoroughly deserve, that's the first thing that I think of.
Fuck around and find out. People were actually getting nude in the Philadelphia streets, by the way.
Oh.
That city is such a joke. Honestly,
such a fucking.
It's such a joke of a city. The only thing that city is known for is a fictional boxer
and a cheesesteak.
A cheesesteak and a fictional boxer. They got a statue of someone who isn't fucking real.
Guys, say it with me. They are a fuckling rock.
Yeah.
But I love their team. And I actually kind of wanted them to beat the 49ers. I just think it's much better for Super Bowl.
Yeah. Okay, no comment on that one. But as far as this game goes from me and maybe like the Eagles talent wise, I mean, Yeah, they've had some questionable teams over the years, and they haven't threaded the needle in the playoffs. But they've had successful drafts, and I think that's what puts them over any other team in the league. Like Howie Roseman has to be one of the, now he's obviously he's disgraced by a lot of people. Philly fans don't know how to feel about him, but he's put some solid drafts together. Now, obviously, they had $1 zillion in cap space. Of course, he is always always going after John, but they've had a lot of successful drafts, and then this year they had $1 zillion in cap space. Went after James Bradbury, Hassan Riddick, all these different guys, and I think I would like to see this team less talented to see if the coaching is there. Obviously, it was there last year because they took a under-talented roster, 9 wins to the playoffs, and just got boom done by the Bucks. But that's what puts them over some of these teams in the NFC. And the NFC is let's be honest, is getting weaker, but in some areas it's getting stronger. And the Eagles could be atop of the NFC for the next few years, as much as I hate to say it. But the Giants better be closing that talent gap pretty fucking soon. But the Eagles did everything they were supposed to do. I mean, they ran it, 4 touchdowns, took advantage, pressured the shit out of the fucking quarterbacks that everyone that was thrown out there for the 49ers. So that's my analysis as far as the game goes, Luca.
Yeah, it was not that great of a product. Obviously, it's down to the Brock Purdy thing was going to end at some point. Every Cinderella season is going to have its unfortunate end. Sucked to see him get hurt. Josh Johnson was garbage, but I can't say I expected anything less or more because Josh Johnson's never been in the situation where he's been in the championship game and he's had to play. He's had to up his game, in which something simply he can't do. The Eagles are just too talented. Great roster, good coach, even though he's a douchebag, good general manager. And I think, honestly, Howie Roseman ought to be considered for Executive of the Year.
Okay. John, did we get to your thoughts yet?
Yeah, I think you did.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure everyone had a fair analysis of this.
The main analysis.
I still think that's funny, even though it's kind of not true. John, they're a 1-year wonder. They have about 16 UFAs and 20 million cap space.
Well, to call them a 1-year wonder is no, they have a very solid roster, and it's going to be interesting to see who they let go and who they bring back. And obviously, if you have that amount of depth, you can't keep it forever. I'm not saying this team's going to win 5 Super Bowls in a row, but they do have a good shot of winning this year. They got one more game left. So
I think the thing that saved them over certain things, first of all, I think they're way better than the Rams last year. I agree.
Oh yeah, their roster. It's a very deep roster in Philly.
Right. And this is a good point by Hayes, to be fair, that they're not paying a quarterback yet, and he's expected to get top-tier money.
Yeah, no.
They're going to have to make room for that.
That's smart on Roseman because, hey, I got a QB on a rookie deal. Let's fucking load up this roster and go for another Super Bowl. Why not? He's good enough.
And, the thing is, Les Snead, I think the name is the GM in LA.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't you could pick the players. You had your Cooper Kupp. You had Robert Woods. I don't think was a part of that team where he tore his ACL. You had Aaron Donald, obviously, who's a generational talent on the defensive line. But then you have the guys who really made it a Super Bowl team: Matt Stafford,
Aaron Donald,
Jay. I mean, Donald was drafted there, so that's kind of what I'm going for. Jalen Ramsey, those guys weren't drafted there. So again, I mean, the thing I think the Eagles are going to keep going on these next few years. Now, maybe that you see a drop off because they got to pay Hurts, and maybe they don't have any other area. They don't have any money to suit other areas. So the cap is going up.
True.
So the cap is going up, but they have sustainable.
I agree. To be honest, the Rams basically sold it all for that championship.
It was worth it for them, but
I guess it was. But I mean, to go from winning a Super Bowl to being tank commanders,
dog shit.
Yeah,
they bottomed out.
But I always felt like it wasn't sustainable, as you say, man. They were living off the left tackle who was 40. and Cooper Kupp, and then and Aaron Donald, who's just like, as I say, one man wrecking ball. But like the rest of the team isn't that impressive.
No,
it was okay. Like I quite like a couple of their guys, but they're not like difference makers. I like Matt Stafford. I think he's an average, slightly above average quarterback, but you need everything in front of him to be perfect for him to be successful because he's so useless outside the pocket. He is only a pocket passer. So they didn't do a particularly good job. And obviously when they traded Robert Woods, they didn't help themselves because he was perfect scheme fit for them. Now he was useless, obviously, over in Tennessee, but he was good as a Ram, because he was a perfect scheme fit, and I think they missed him. And they're just I don't even think their GM is very good.
No, it was a lot of, and that's kind of like, I understand people's philosophy towards, okay, buy in and basically go all in for a championship. Like, I fucking hate the Eagles just because I hate Philly. I hate their fans. I hate the aspect of the Philadelphia Eagles. But if you look at their philosophy, that's at least sustainable. Like, yeah, you could talk about the quarterback getting paid like $50 million, whatever. They've had sustainable drafts. Like the Rams, it's mostly been off of free agents. Some of the draft, I'm just proving my point here. I'm not going to go into a whole tangent about it, but let's look at the 2021 draft for the Rams for a second. Let's point out some key names. Tutu Atwell, who's their second round pick, he ain't doing shit right now. Mm-hmm. Ben Skoranek, obviously, he's factored in a little bit more because of injuries.
Special teams.
I mean, obviously, once again, they had the Stafford
trade. He doesn't have
elite
speed. He doesn't have any speed.
No, not at all. I mean, Van Jefferson, okay. Terrell Burgess, a third round pick, is now on the Giants. Bryson Hopkins, and I've heard from Rams fans that some of these guys are being misutilized. So, once again, to kind of further my point, I just respect the Eagles more for actually having a sustainable process.
Yeah.
Where the Rams were just like, bye. It was like that meme of the GIF of the Simpsons where I don't remember his name, but the old guy, he puts on the hat, puts it on the hook, takes it, and then walks right out the fucking door. That's basically what the Rams were. And I rooted for the Rams because I wanted Matt Stafford to win, but it didn't work.
That's right. I think that's why exactly as you say about the Eagles, but the same can be said about the Chiefs. They've been sustainable every single year. They've even had to pay Patrick Mahomes a crazy amount of money, but they've still got a very good team out there because they draft really well. And as I say, they went through that process where we're like, okay, well, we can't afford to keep Tyreek Hill and Kelsey, so we're going to keep Kelsey and we're going to move on and maybe strengthen other areas of the team. And they made their defense really good. Wide receiver by committee, a bunch of guys like Marquez, Valdez-Scantling, and dudes who maybe you don't think of like Nicole Hardman, but got elite speed. Both of them are super fast, and they work in that system. So like smart minds, man. It's really impressive to see. I'm more impressed by teams that are sustainable every single year than a team that just went around, I'm going to trade all my draft picks for the next 3 years just to win one championship. It just seems a little bit to me.
I'd just rather be a fan of a team who has been drafting well, doesn't have a star yet, and then gets a star rather than trade it all for, just 1 or 2 stars and all that, one championship, whatever. I just want to point out a couple of comments, but I also want to point out that we are 8 subscribers away, not 9. Now we're 8 subscribers away from the 900 mark. So we appreciate you guys for tuning in. We've been consistent with viewers tonight, and that's all thanks to y'all. They've traded at least like 4 or 5 first rounders in the last few years.
They're like the Lakers.
What?
They're like the Lakers. The Rams are like the Lakers. They sold it all for one chip, except the Lakers chip was Mickey Mouse.
Oh,
I think it was
Mickey Mouse.
Yes,
I know what Luke is doing right now.
It's you got.
Well, it was at Disney World. They were playing at Disney World, so
yeah, it was exactly.
Just give me 1 solid second, then I'm going to be reading this comment here. Let's see here. We are. They drafted a rugby player for the whole line, and who does that? To be fair, I kind of have to admit I was wrong on something because I called that out in 2019, and one of my friends from Pennsylvania is like, no, he's going to learn to be a solid left tackle from Jason Peters. I'm like, this guy's a rugby player. He's not going to work out. So Gavin, I was wrong. Then again, I don't know. I should be owning up to that. But here's what Luca was referring to.
Or
Oh no,
this one right here.
I'm not surprised we
Yeah,
touched
then
on.
I think I saw something where they were doing the Lakers ring ceremony, and then they were playing the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse theme song.
Have the Giants ever been sustainable during the Tom Coughlin
Era?
That era was sustainable, yeah, because they had multiple winning teams.
Very much so, yeah. Yeah, look at it, man. Like, obviously, 2007, they were 10-6. 2008, 12-4. 2009, 8-8. Okay, but 2010, 10-6. 2011, 9-7. 2012, 9-7. 2013, 7-9. And what's kind of forgotten is towards the end, that's when they drafted Eric Flowers, and
that's when the draft sucked.
That's when it all went wrong. I mean, obviously, after 2011, that's when Jerry Reese started to fuck up so bad it's like indescribable, and every single draft was a complete disaster. And it's a ill reflection on the fact that Tom Coughlin coached the fuck out of those teams, man. Like that team that went 6-10 in his last year. That was one of the more fun Giant teams that I can remember. It was a lot of fun. Odell Beckham was going insane. Eli Manning was having a wonderful year. It was just, unfortunately, Jerry Reese drafted the worst defense in the history of the National Football League. And it was the worst defense in the National Football League. And there was the most heartbreaking losses that year. But 6-10, they would have gone 10-6 had they actually had the 25th worst defense as opposed to the dead worst defense. But Tom Coughlin, for me, man, was an awesome coach. I mean, Jerry Reese fucked him that year where he drafted that fucking punter, Matt Dodge. I still curse Matt Dodge's name to this day, but like he continued to ride that fucking punter, and we refused to cut him. He was having the worst year all year long. He couldn't punt. He was costing us games left, right, and center. I was like, why are we not cutting this fuck? And we weren't doing it. And then he obviously cost us that game at the end with Deshaun Jackson and the Eagles, and obviously. But that was a year where we went 10-6. Again, very unlucky not to have made the playoffs that year. We deserved to. So yeah, we were very sustainable. We were a good team for a long time during that era, man. Eli Manning and Coughlin kept us very much in that.
I would not recommend this Blue City because we know the situation MLB is in where it mostly favors the big market teams. So it's actually good the NFL has a cap, even though people have theories that it doesn't exist. Giants stopped building the offensive line when they went on the spending spree. Yep.
Didn't the Giants have like a top 10 offense in 2015?
They did. Yep.
Yeah.
All through Odell Beckham. They didn't have a running game, though.
And their defense was so shit.
It was so bad. They blew like 7 fourth-quarter leads, I think it was.
I remember the Jet game broke my heart. The Patriots game broke my heart.
I went nuts after the
I
Jets
bet you did. I was a broken man.
Alex was broken too.
That's when I didn't want to punch Ryan Fitzpatrick in the face.
And the Graham Gano, like 70-yard field goal, whatever it was. Dude, I remember that night.
He could do that, but he couldn't hit a 55-yarder against Washington, so he wouldn't tie. But I'll
slander. He was literally our offense for about 3 years.
Yeah, it's hard to hate on him, Alex. Come on,
I want to get a Graham Gano jersey. He's my guy. But no, I remember that field goal. I literally broke down. I remember I walked straight out of my flat and I tore my shirt off, and it was like minus temperatures. It was like fucking October, and I threw it in the bin. And I was walking. Crying, going, I was so broken.
It was in December. I remember December 6th, 2015.
There you go.
Then we went to Olive Garden afterwards.
Ew.
Yeah, while I sat and cried.
Exactly. This is Pennsylvania. They don't have real Italian food there.
Well, fuck them.
Yeah, you're right. Fuck them. Does anyone else want to get any points?
I want to look at the 2015 Giants roster.
Oh, it's terrible. The night anyone. I mean, actually, I'm gonna see what this roster looks like.
Odell, Sterling Shepard.
No,
Shepard
Shepard was
after
not the year
next.
after. Reuben Randall.
Oh my god.
Oh my God, Reuben Randall.
Oh, there's the
Their IR list was as
defense
long as my mother's
was
shopping
bad.
list. Let's see.
Cullen Jenkins, Jasper Brinkley.
We had no tight ends. We had no reliable tight ends. Our linebackers
Brandon
sucked.
Merriweather, JT Thomas, Jasper Brinkley,
We had
Cullen
one reliable
Jenkins,
corner,
Robert
DRC.
Ayers. Oh my god. That's
You remember when Brad Wing started to suck towards the end of his career?
Oh my god! And then I knew this Giants fan in my English class who she's like, oh, I'm a Giants fan. I think Brad Wing is so hot.
Who said that?
Girl named Alexis.
When the fuck was this?
2017 when he still was with the team.
Why do I? Oh yeah, her right now. No, Brad Wing can fuck off back to Australia.
fucking hell. Poor Eli. No wonder he was running around for his life. Marshall Newhouse at right tackle, Jeff Schwartz, Weston Richburg,
Jeff Schwartz robbed the Giants of money.
Justin Pugh, Eric Flowers,
Was
and then
was
of
Shane
course,
Vereen on that team, or am
Yeah,
I?
Bobby
Shane Vereen was
Hart.
on that team.
Bobby fucking Hart. Remember
Was
him?
he right tackle?
Yeah, he was
Yes.
part right tackle. He also played guard.
Mhm.
He was awful.
Shouts to Carlitos. What do we think about the matchup? It's going to be a very good Super Bowl, but obviously we'll touch on that a little bit more next week. But yeah, they had absolute scrubs at it wide receiver outside Odell Beckham. I mean,
Yeah.
it was bad. It was
Yeah.
pretty bad.
I haven't heard the name Reuben Randall in a while. That's how you know.
Yeah, I
Did
think.
you guys have Will Tye and Larry Donnell?
Yeah, we did.
We did. Larry Donnell. Fucking hell. Will Tye sucked.
Well, Eli made him look like a superstar, but that was Eli, right?
That's right. People underrate his greatness, man.
Will Tye.
Will
Yeah,
Tye.
Will Tye. Any more things we want to go over about this Niner game?
I think we covered it all.
There's nothing to cover in that game. That was such a
Yeah.
wash.
Yeah, as I said, like there's not much analysis there. I guess before we cross over into head coaching vacancies and all that, or maybe touch on the basketball subject a little bit. I heard the Jets hired a new OC.
Buckle up.
John, we're waiting. Put him on the big screen.
No.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Can someone please explain this to me? I need to understand. How bad were the Denver Broncos this year? Anyone can answer. Like, this is like
This is an open-ended question.
open-ended. Like, how bad were they?
Try one of the worst offenses in the NFL. They were. I'm just going to give headlines, and then John's going to continue his rant. Complete dumpster fire. Russell Wilson had his worst season of his career. Defense was still solid, but the offensive guru named Nathaniel Hackett did shit for them. Play calling was bad. Everything was bad.
Thank you. Yep. Okay. So I'm going to rewind the clock a little bit back. And you know what? This is an offensive coordinator. It's not a head coach. But we're going to go back in time maybe a few years ago. The Jets have just fired a Mr. Todd Bowles. And so we go to an offensive side. And we hire a guy who did not have a good year, but somehow was considered an offensive genius still in Adam Gase. And Adam Gase was the worst head coach in football. That's right. That's what Adam Gase looked like. But silly me. So now we have Robert Saleh. Fine. I hate him. Whatever. Because this knucklehead has a connection with Nathaniel Hackett, who I, of course, had to make jokes about his team all fucking year long with the Broncos country, let's die. Okay? Of course, I had to make those
You
jokes
talked yourself into it.
because now he gets to run my offense, and I don't care who his quarterback is because he's a fucking hack. Okay, I don't even say his full name because he's a fucking hack. He's god awful. He ruined Russell Wilson. Okay, this man is a fucking joke. And now he's got to run my damn offense. I don't get to enjoy my football Sundays. Luca, I'm going to bet you $100 right now we're going to have the same amount of wins last as this year because he's no better than Mike LaFleur. It is an absolute embarrassment that we decided to get this bozo as the offensive coordinator. Yeah, a fucking capital B because he went to clown school with Brian, okay? That's why he's a fucking bozo.
One second, I feel like I have to add this to the stream.
Yeah, that's what he is. There you go. We got Adam Gase's cousin, Nathaniel Hackett, because he's a fucking joke, okay? I'm tired of it. I want an elite guy. I don't know why I can't have a Frank Reich. I don't know why I can't get Todd Monken. I don't know why I can't get anyone good to coach my team. I have been suffering. Yes, go kiss him. You know what? You might as well. All right? Gay marriage is legal now. Go fucking kiss him because you're already kissing his ass anyway. Fucking piece of garbage, man. Oh my God. We got a fucking what a waste. I guarantee you. It's gonna be a fucking waste and a disgrace. Oh my God, man. Yeah. Oh, sure, Hayes. Wilson ruined Wilson. No. Fucking joke, man. You know what? That's it. I'm not paying attention to this offseason because I know we're gonna suck. Luca,
John,
That's like saying Brian's not going to watch the Super Bowl. Come on.
No, because we all know. Well, all right, fair enough. But it's such a joke. This team is so bad. Why don't they learn their lesson? Why do I have to learn the lesson for them? I have not done anything to anyone. I'm a nice human being. I haven't done anything to anyone. Please. Yeah, I'll take Eric Bieniemy. I'll take anyone. Why? Why am I giving him? Please. I'll take a fucking homeless guy over this hack. Okay.
I mean, technically, Nathaniel Hackett is a bum.
He's a fucking bozo, man. I swear to God. In Luca, I will bet you that we will have to literally call out this offense again because he can't play. He won't call any good plays. And I'm not even trying to bring up any coaching stuff because I'm too mad right now that we were duped into thinking we get a good offensive coordinator. And we can't even get that right. Okay. Silly us. I'm sorry. I'm done. Go ahead.
Well, first off, John, obviously, thank you for the rant. But I did not like this hire. I don't like this hire. I still don't like this hire. Any Jet fan can come at me with the excuses. Well, you know what's funny? Because there was this Jet fan on Twitter that was talking the other day. Everybody's like, oh, everybody wants to hire Fangio, but what's wrong with Nathaniel Hackett? Fangio was a head coach in Denver and he failed. Here's the difference, folks. Nathaniel Hackett's side of the ball with a star quarterback fucking failed. Vic Fangio is still a defensive genius. Was
Are
he
you
head coach?
insinuating that Pat Shurmur should be your next OC?
No, shut it. Alex, where did the Broncos rank with Vic Fangio as a head coach?
In terms of offense, I could look that up.
Defense.
They were very good.
They were very good. They were pretty much elite. Vic Fangio can coach defense. We know that. He can't head coach. For Nathaniel Hackett, he can't coach offense, and he cannot be a head coach whatsoever. What the hell? And I'm just saying this, this is the unpopular opinion. What is Garrett Wilson, Elijah Moore going to think when he walks into that building? When Nathaniel Hackett walks into that building?
Show.
After the disaster we had to endure with Michael LaFleur, which some people don't support him being fired, which is ludicrous, but
I support him being fired. You know what? I'll fucking put a GoFundMe for that shit, okay?
And it's interesting because obviously you have the Jet fans justifying him. Oh, Aaron Rodgers will be calling the plays. which, whatever, spare me with those excuses, whatever. Nathaniel Hackett has only had a successful offense once. Can anybody name me when that successful offense was?
Blake Bortles.
2017.
2017, first in rushing offense with Leonard Fournette, the rookie. His passing offense never ranked higher than 17th. He is poor. And everybody's like, oh, he made Blake Bortles look decent. I'm not asking for decent. I'm not. Because, we need a plan after Aaron Rodgers. First of all, here's the thing. The Jets put themselves such in a stupid bind because this is a playoff mandate year for Robert Saleh and Joe Douglas. Unbelievably so. Woody Johnson's not going to say it, but I know it is.
You know what? I'll say it. You don't fucking get in the playoffs. I'm taking a helicopter to both your fucking houses.
Yeah. Anyways, what if Hackett ends up getting fired? Well, what if Saleh and Douglas getting fired? Hackett's probably going to be gone too. So there was, first of all, firing Mike LaFleur was at the wrong time was ridiculous. They should have brought in a veteran offensive assistant, how many moons ago? But I don't know, man. I'm not feeling good about this Hackett thing. The offense doesn't speak to me. He doesn't speak to me as a leader. Nothing like that. So I'm not overly thrilled with this hire. Maybe should I be proven wrong? Sure. But spare me with stop. But I think Jeff fans ought to stop building this guy up. I know we want him to succeed.
Building in the excuses.
Question: when did we learn about Aaron Rodgers?
Well, go ahead, John.
Well, I guarantee you know what's going to be. Here's going to be the big kicker in this, right? I'll guarantee you because Nathaniel Hackett is now stuck with us. For some dumb reason, we won't get Aaron Rodgers, and we're going to settle for someone like Jimmy Garoppolo or Gardner Minshew. Watch it happen. I'm telling you, this is what they do. They don't get anyone big. I'm not fooling for this. We're going to trade for someone because I want that to happen. And everything I want good for this team never fucking happens. So you know what? I will be shocked. I'll be shocked if they get anyone good at this point.
If we're being completely transparent, they should have hired they should have got the quarterback before the OC because you could hire Hackett and all. What happens if you don't get Aaron Rodgers? Are you going to settle for a Derek Carr or Jimmy Garoppolo, as John said, or a Gardner Minshew or Ryan Tannehill or Daniel Jones? Again, I'm not opposed to Daniel Jones, but this team has to win a Super Bowl sometime soon.
Yeah, Hackett can't make Rodgers look
And
good.
here's another thing.
Sure, Ryan Tannehill. Ooh, the revival.
Here's another thing in which the Jet fans, some old Jet fans remember. His dad used to be an OC for the Jets. And I know somebody who used to be at the Jet games in 2004 when they chanted, "Fire Hackett. Paul can't hack it."
Yeah,
so that just brings more bad memories. Again, I was only 1 year old in 2004, but for the people who remember Paul Hackett, they're not going to have good memories of Nathaniel Hackett either. So,
you know what, this Aaron Rodgers thing, it gives me memories of when you guys go Brett Favre.
No, Favre was good until he got hurt. Favre was good until he got hurt.
Which I think was going to happen with Rodgers. I think he's going to be good, but I just don't know the longevity of it because of his age. And he's not the same Aaron Rodgers, just like Brett Favre isn't the same Brett Favre. It's just I have a feeling that, like, what's the upside here? Like,
I still think think he's top 10, though. I still think he's a top 10 quarterback. Is he top 5? No. I think you have to be oblivious to say he's, top 5. He's not top 5 anymore. But to me, this team has never, ever, 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 even Aaron Rodgers right now has never had a quarterback as good as Aaron Rodgers right now.
No, they haven't. And the only
not Chad Pennington, not Geno Smith, not Mark Sanchez, not Ken O'Brien, not Sam Darnold, not Zach Wilson, not Joe Namath. Namath is a Hall of Famer, but his stats stunk. Nobody, and I mean nobody, is ever as good as Aaron Rodgers.
No,
so make most of the wins.
It's still a joke. We're not going to get Rodgers. This offense won't. They can't hack it. They're right. The only thing they fucking hack is a fucking loogie. Okay, that's how bad they are. It's a joke, man. I'm tired of this shit. I got to settle for garbage again.
Do you guys really see Aaron Rodgers playing for another 3 years?
At
No.
max 3 years.
No.
I'm not denying. Like, to me,
No.
there has to be when and if we
Dude.
trade for Aaron Rodgers, there has to be some sort of conditional pick in there.
Can I say something? Even though
Yeah.
my camera's off. You know what
I also want the Jets to be a big balls organization for once.
They
You know
don't
what
have
really
it.
gets me? What really
What's
gets me is these Jeff fans. Now, I don't know if it's all of them, but I've been seeing this theory, and I think it needs to stop, where Aaron Rodgers coming here, they think he's going to fucking teach Zach Wilson. They think he's going to humble him.
No,
Yeah,
no. There's people out there. There's people out there. I'm not going to deny.
sure. And I'll suddenly grow a 3rd foot overnight and win the 3-foot legged race in the Olympics. Yes, Alex.
There's people that listen. If I'm being honest, there's still people out there that envision a future after Aaron Rodgers with Zach Wilson in it, where Zach Wilson's going to sit for another few years.
Yeah, okay.
He's going to sit so long, there's going to be his ass print
And
on
then
the fucking couch.
And then these people, I'm not ripping on them, just telling it how it is. These people imagine that's going to be Zach Wilson's long break, and then he's going to come back a better quarterback.
Well, like
He
in
didn't
year 4. just
want to
like-
groom love. He didn't want to groom love. Why would he want
Well,
to
that's
groom
it exactly, man. That's not who he is. He's got a huge ego. He isn't going to groom any receivers. He doesn't want anything to do with grooming receivers, and he doesn't want to groom backup quarterbacks either. That's
I'm
not
not
him.
even asking him to groom, though. I'm just saying, like, fucking play. I don't
We need
care.
to
if he
fucking win
grooms.
now.
I don't care if he grooms.
And
I don't know.
I'll be honest, I don't give a damn about his concerns with his personality in the media, because Joe Cat, who we had on here a few weeks ago, he said, you know what's going to be best? The Aaron Rodgers press conferences are really going to hit. And that's when he's going to – and Rich Samini's going to ask him a random question, and then Aaron Rodgers can be like, who the fuck are you? Those press conferences are going to be legit, but I am not.
We're not going to get him. I
don't know how
guarantee
he's
you, we're
gonna
going to
handle
see
New York.
failure again.
I'll be honest. I don't think he's a New York guy.
I'm not
Like Randy
concerned.
Johnson was not a New York guy. You know, he's so good, but he just couldn't handle New York, the intensity of the media and stuff like that. I just don't think he's that guy. I just don't feel too good about that. I think you'll get one really good year out of him, and then I think it'll be a wash after that.
Derek Carr would not bring the Jets to a Super Bowl. Thank you, Evan. This is exactly my point. Aaron Rodgers or Lamar Jackson are the only guys who could bring you to a Super Bowl and compete with the best of the best in the AFC. Derek Carr is not going to do that. Jimmy Garoppolo is not going to do that. Gardner Minshew is not going to do that. Daniel Jones is not going to do that. So as much as I like Derek Carr, and you could have successful seasons of winning, you will eventually have to upgrade at quarterback once again, because you will discover that Derek Carr will not lead you to a championship.
Bro, he couldn't even get them to the playoffs this year. Devontae Adams, for crying out loud. Josh Jacobs. Like, the best running back in football and the best receiver in football in the same team, statistically. And he couldn't do anything with them. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's all his fault, but
No, I know.
But it's further to your point.
We're just a joke, man. We really are. Every team laughs at us. They do. They do, because we make dumb hires like this. You don't think fucking Bill Belichick is like laughing at us right now that we hired this clown?
Let me ask you this, guys. Kellen Moore obviously hires the Chargers. Would you say that he's a better offensive mind than Nathaniel Hackett?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
100%.
I think he's good.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Oh my! It's not even it's by a fucking landslide.
I think
Yeah.
he's a good hire.
I mean, I mentioned all my candidates. I said I wanted Reich. He's obviously got a head coaching gig now, which I don't understand completely. Todd Monken, he wasn't coming here. He was not interested, even though he's interviewing for the Bucs job. Pep Hamilton was one. I don't remember my fourth candidate, and there was also Brian Johnson. So Nathaniel Hackett wasn't on my list, and I want to be proven wrong, but if the Jets don't get Aaron Rodgers, it's a complete misfire.
It's such a
Alex, if you want,
if I were you guys, I would be looking at future drafts for a quarterback, because I don't know if you guys are one quarterback away from winning a championship.
Well, no. Well, I agree with you there. I don't think you draft a quarterback now, because Douglas and Solid are at the end of their timeline, or could well be. So you're going to have to get that veteran quarterback. But you still got to hit on these picks. Again, I don't think we're a quarterback away from a Super Bowl, but once you tighten up this defense and solidify the offensive line, there you go. Then you could be a Super Bowl team. It's not impossible.
With us, it is.
Jet luck. That would be jet luck, but in reality, in the reality of a real NFL
team. By the rules of reality of this fucking team. They get everything ass backwards, Luca.
Do you know what it kind of reminds me of?
They do.
The Chargers. The Chargers team is as Super Bowl built as any, but the bad coaching, and they couldn't get anywhere. And that's what I'm worried about with the Jets. Like, guys have freaking a bad head coach. So I don't care who the quarterback is. I don't think he's going to get you that as far as you need to go. The Raiders, they were built to go to a Super Bowl this year. We've already mentioned the Broncos. I was like, hey, the Broncos look good this year. No, right? I mean, that's the thing. Coaching matters, man. I don't think you guys have got the coaching to.
I completely agree with you. Unfortunately, Donald, 90% of Jets Twitter would disagree with you for some reason because he's so loved. But what is he, John?
Doormat here.
Exactly.
Rub my
Doormat.
But
everybody's praising continuity and all this stuff where the Jets could have also been a big boy organization, went out and hired Sean Payne. But that's a completely different conversation. I don't know. Again, there's a lot of people hiding Robert Saleh's concerns. And I'm not one of them.
Let me say this. What's one thing, and this is because of me, by the way. What's one thing you've been looking at the last few days that kind of reflects your Jets Twitter situation?
I've been looking at a past Giants Big Blue Crew stream when it came to, some guys wanting Russell Wilson last year for the Giants.
Well, it's not just that. It's also them saying that they want Joe Judge back another year, that they want him with his own offensive.
Robert Saleh is just a better Joe Judge, and that's not saying much. He talks way too Jets Mess said it perfectly. He is a used car salesman. I mean, we spin the wheel of excuse. Saleh's not the answer. He's a coordinator. Completely agree.
Yes.
Didn't we spin the wheel of excuses like last week on all the built-in excuses?
I think we're going to probably in a month from now we're going to have to build a whole nother wheel.
Yeah, as for why we're not going to get Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I don't through the snippets of their press conferences and put a real board in there. There's a lot of stuff that he said that
No to Sam Darnold. No, thank you.
Yeah, Donald's right. Completely agree with the stuff that. Donald's right. The stuff that he says the stuff that he says in the press conference is so shit, and people don't take notice of that because he was a defensive genius. He got our defense to top 5 this year, even though he completely fell apart in the last 3 games this season.
Right, we went on a 6-game losing streak. It was 6 games.
Yeah, 6-game losing streak. Does anybody remember that Detroit game where he didn't call a timeout and let 25 seconds run off the clock?
Even Adam Gase in his first season had better momentum down the stretch.
Do we not remember when, Jacksonville game where the defense got stomped on by Travis Etienne in the Jaguars passing game? Did we not remember the Seahawks game where that game started off with a 68-yard run?
We were at the Jaguars game, right?
Yeah, we were all there. Did we not remember when Robert Saleh should have been Zach Wilson, that second Patriots game for Mike White? We could have won that game, but no. Everybody loves him, though. He's so great.
I'll answer one comment from Hayes here. Is he a Rooney Rule hire? No, he's a piece of garbage hire. That's what he is. He's garbage.
No, everybody loved him because he was this rah-rah guy, but sometimes it doesn't work out.
Rah-rah, we suck.
That's my Jets segment.
Suck.
He was a top He was the top head coaching candidate at the time, and Luca now says he should have went to Detroit.
Yeah,
because I predicted him. What was it 2 years ago going to Detroit? I was wrong. So,
yeah, I wanted Matt Campbell.
Yeah, he's basically saying here when he said,
I remember. We all remember. We covered it on the podcast when he said, "Did you let the defense down today?" He said, "No."
I couldn't believe that. But he lost the locker room at that point. He lost the franchise. He lost his job.
He lost his money.
He did. And again, I'm telling you right now, McCarthy was not when they hired Saleh, no, because he was already hired.
He would have been the top. He actually, Did you guys even bring him in before Gase?
Yeah, we brought him in.
I would have taken Mike McCarthy in a heartbeat over these
You should have.
fucking clowns. Hell yeah.
And now I'm telling you right now. I said it then, I said it now. Not getting the number 1 overall pick in 2020, not properly tanking, has cost us, especially with the head coach and quarterback.
It did, because we had to win meaningless games.
And here's the problem, John. Alex disagrees with the reason why we tanked. Donald, I asked him about it precisely. He's like, yeah, you had a good reason to tank. Trevor Lawrence was available, Alex.
No,
why are you arguing with me? It was your team that fucked up.
No, because you're against me. You're like, oh, you're a fake fan.
No,
You actually could have had Justin Fields.
Right. We could have had Justin Fields. It's not like he balled out against Clemson or anything in that what was the championship?
See, but you're just kind of, and I'm not going to go on this whole tangent again, but you're literally cementing my point, Luca. You're literally cementing it because Donald said you could have had Justin Fields.
We could have had Trevor Lawrence, Alex. We decided to win the game against the Rams and the Browns. You're not going to get me. You're not going to ever change my mind. The number 1 overall pick still to this day would have been satisfying to all of us because we always have to settle for second best. And that's going to happen with this quarterback search.
That's what's fucked up about sports is that like tanking actually is like a positive thing in many instances. Like it's a celebratory thing if you get the worst record where you can get the best pick. As something that's kind of off about the NFL with that, because at least the NBA kind of like tries to move you off doing that. Because for instance, the Knicks had the worst team ever, and they still didn't even get
the lottery.
Like I've said, I for some reason am stupid enough to believe in some slimmer hope that there is a God, but I always believe that God fucking hates the Jets. Okay, he really does.
It's because of Joe Namath, dude. It's because of Joe Namath.
You know what the reason is?
He cursed us. He sold his soul to the devil back in
Probably.
1969.
The thing is, regarding Joe Douglas, like from my perspective, I think he's got a very good eye for talent. I think he's drafted incredibly well. We went through last year's draft. It was like an A+ draft. Like
Great draft. Terrible
like
free agency.
win.
Like
Right.
A for drafting, like F for free agency.
That's his downfall, Donald. It's his free agency. The first year wasn't good. The second year was meh. And third year was better, but it wasn't saying much because now you're talking about guys who were signed last year who could possibly be cut this year. Jordan Whitehead, prime example.
But the end of my point was it kind of doesn't really matter if you get the quarterback wrong. Because
100%.
that is the most important position in sports. Like you could actually be a really shit at drafting, but you can have, if you nail your quarterback, you're going to be okay because that quarterback is that important. If you get the quarterback, it's that fucking important. If you get the star quarterback, I should say.
Joe Burrow, prime example.
You guys just missed. I mean, as I say, Justin Fields, you could have had him, and he's much better than Zach Wilson. Much better. That bear suck, right? But put a bit of talent around him, and he looks pretty good. Like he runs pretty well, and he's got a decent arm.
Mac Jones is light years ahead of Zach Wilson. We could have had him,
but you guys got it so fucking wrong. And then so like whenever I hear someone say, "Oh, he's done great apart from the quarterback," well, that's kind of the most important thing to get right. You know what I mean? I mean, I already made the joke. It's like Abe Lincoln's security. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, the security was great, apart from allowing a president to get shot. You know what I mean?
And I'm willing to give him another.
It's the most important fucking thing to get right. So,
right, I'm willing to give him another.
I still think he's a very good general manager, and if I were you, I'd keep him. But you guys need to move on from the head coach. The head coach is awful.
I agree. I agree. I think, I agree.
Goodbye, please. Goodbye to Doormat and goodbye to Hackaloogie. That's what
I'm just hoping Sean Payton's available next year. I'm not betting on that though.
Well, you're also not betting on the fact that the Jets are going to get him
because Woody Johnson is a balls-less prick.
This might have to be debated.
He really is. It's all his fault. I like to blame him and his brother. I hate their existence. They have ruined another football season, and we haven't even started it.
I know Joe Beningo would, Blue City.
That's such an old take from Beningo. That's so old. Taking Rex Ryan back. Listen, we all have a special place in our heart for Rex Ryan, but he's not what we need.
No.
So
I don't. Yeah, they did do this with Favre. Except I think they had a better head coach, and all that. Probably not. Obviously, we'll get the Friday night Knicks with these guys. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, Miz, and I think these guys
It would
agree.
be kind of interesting with the whole Lakers aspect, but
It might be. I mean, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. If we do stream, we'll let you guys know and all that. But Luca, any comments to finish up?
I think I finished up.
I think that's the cherry on the cherry on top.
Alex, I don't
Janoris
think
Jenkins.
Yeah, you guys had Janoris Jenkins. We had Jordan Jenkins. Jordan Jenkins was okay.
Bum. Remember what TLC said? Don't go chasing waterfalls.
I don't care, dude. I don't care. This team has never had a good as quarterback as Aaron Rodgers. At least show me this team has the balls to get a really elite quarterback. That's my opinion, but I'm done with my rant.
Him on that. I don't think the upside is.
But who else? Who else are we going to get? Lamar Jackson's probably going back to Baltimore, and who else is going to win a Super Bowl? Nobody. Because again, what do we miss on the quarterback?
Yeah,
We're stuck in no man's land.
So stuck in a ditch between a rock and a hard place. Shots Hayes, man. Thank you for tuning in.
More like a fucking rock and a rock.
A rock and a rock. But I guess quickly, well, we could take our time, whatever. How about draft a QB and
Zach Wilson's not? First of all, Zach Wilson's not even an NFL quarterback, so I'm not giving him 4 years more.
No, I wouldn't either. Like I could see where people say, Jets ruin quarterbacks and all that. I mean, Zach Wilson kind of shot
the Jets had a hand in that. I agree, but he fucked himself. He shouldn't have been a selfish little bitch.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I would scout the draft. I mean, what maybe because you guys
had
a losing record, you'd still have a chance of getting a reasonable quarterback. Maybe a Will Levis might drop to you. I don't know. Or maybe you could trade up to get a Will Levis.
See,
time's running out.
Here's the problem with that.
No. Sam is not a good quarterback either. So don't be one of those revisionist fans ever to say, oh, we should have never quit on Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold needed a new place to be, and he's still shit. Tell me I'm wrong.
The only thing I'll say is they did fucking ruin him because of Gase.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, they terrorized the guy. I feel terrible for him, actually.
Made him see Ghost.
Like, he was never the elite talent that you guys hoped that you were drafting, but he was still good. With proper coaching and, like, being looked after as a franchise quarterback, you would have had an above-average quarterback. But you fucked him harder than Seabiscuit. And, you rode him like Seabiscuit. Like, the dude was injured, and you still brought him back. That game,
I remember that Denver game.
I couldn't believe you were doing that. That said to me, oh, they're panicking, one, and two, they don't think Darnold's the future. They're going to move.
I mean, Jets players were cheap shotting Broncos players. Does anyone remember
I remember that? That was dumb. That was
insane
fucking dumb.
game. Insane. I couldn't believe what I was watching. I could only imagine what Luca's reaction and Agree Jones' reaction watching that fucking shit fast.
Not good. Not good.
I couldn't believe what I was watching. I'm like, what is happening?
We just had the fucking classic Gase just stare at his like little
I know.
Post-it note on the play sheet. I just go like
the
this.
franchise was on fire. It was like a giant bonfire.
What's the
Adam Gase face?
No, I mean, I'm not trying to
fucking quarterback who's going to win a Super Bowl in the next 5 years. God damn.
That hurt my eyes.
But I understand where both sides are coming from, Luca, and I'm not trying to be this guy.
Play both sides against the middle.
What? I'm trying to make a point. You could argue both sides. I'm not trying to get you angry. What I'm trying to say is, yeah, the Jets aren't stable. And at the same time, I understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
John, what is that face?
The Gase face.
Oh, yeah. I was like, what the fuck is he doing? Is this like the Gase competition? What about Carr? Carr ain't going to get them to the Super Bowl.
Did I not just say he's not going to win a Super Bowl? I thought I said it.
You the playoffs. You can get the Raiders in the fucking playoffs. You can get
I don't
the
think
Jets
Miz
in the
was here
playoffs.
for that. I'm going to be truthful.
I'm sure I've said it before, but whatever.
It's Rodgers or bust, basically, for the Jets.
I've said that multiple times, but please, to all the Jet fans who don't want Rodgers, give me all the excuses. Give me all of them.
Luka's getting worked up.
It's called, well, I don't know how Luka would describe this, but it's like being a beaten down Jets fan.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. It must be what it's like to be a Met fan.
It's like double the trouble for me.
Yeah, and then the Knicks on top of it.
Yeah, it's like a fucking little cherry.
That's just the fuckfest 87. That
Miz, you just might as well keep him or just dump him in the Atlantic or trade him if he has any value, which he doesn't.
You know what? I would give up Zach Wilson, and I just want nothing in return. I want peace and quiet. No, you don't have to give me any players.
I know the mothers of New York completely agree with you. They're like, "Oh, please, just go. I need some peace and quiet."
I'll give up Zach Wilson for one night in the club.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I don't care about him. I don't care. He is an afterthought. He is a reclamation project to all.
He's an asshole, man. He really is.
So we think is Luka like the Joe Pesci of the show? He is
Definitely. After he pulled out the whistle tonight, I think he's the number one.
Yeah, let's start naming all of the possible Scorsese movies all over again. Yeah, we'll definitely
There's a lot of things that you said, man.
we'll keep notes of it. We'll keep notes of it. I think he's talking about the stability part, but I mean the Jets,
Stability, keeping the quarterback and trying to develop him for a third year, even though he's a complete shit fart.
Oh no, you did develop him. He's fucked. He's cooked. He's your grandmother's cookie.
I hope
he's completely cooked.
You know what?
If they don't make the playoffs, Miz, I completely agree with this. That's what's gonna happen.
I hope that Zach Wilson develops his swimming skills, because right now, at this point in his career, I'd like to take a bag, stuff him in there, and fucking put him in the river and see how long he can last. So I hope he, becomes the next Michael Phelps, because I fucking had it with him.
He thinks he's some sort of crusader.
Angry John becomes a homicidal maniac talking about the Jets.
Angry John.
I got the helicopters ready for the coaching staff and the GM. Don't worry.
Well, the Titanic thing is the Jets. Like the Jets are the Titanic. So
the only difference is I never die. I just keep getting fucking rethrown up the Titanic. They just put me back on this ship.
Exactly, Miz. Thank you.
You got a point, yeah.
You're hitting in stride.
Starting to see why John and Luke are besties. Hey, listen, let's be completely transparent for 20 seconds. If it wasn't for me, these two wouldn't have known each other. So
that is 100% true, actually.
Yes.
Are we ready to get into coaching predictions and all that? Because I want to get off this team for now.
Yes. So as we did on the Dead Red podcast, and guys, keep throwing out your questions, comments, all that good stuff. We definitely appreciate it. We're at 892 right now, still trying to catch that 900 mark. Chat's been fairly consistent tonight, so thank you. Yeah, a lot of new bingo words tonight. We have to catch on at some point. But Lucas starring in Falling Down, Michael Douglas. I haven't seen that. So
good movie.
Yes, I know why Miz wants to keep.
Yeah, he gets a laugh out of this. He completely.
Is that like a Gordon Ramsay thing? You want to laugh?
Being completely rational, Miz loves shitting on the Jets. Whether it's true or not, whether
his
it's
best friend,
or not.
his friend Buko is a big Jets fan. So no, I didn't see. Do they know yet?
No Missoula for the Eastern for Team Giannis.
I saw a Celtics fan on Twitter the other day literally calling for Missoula's job.
He's been excellent. Anyways, I was going to say this before we get to our NFL coaching segment. LeBron might have traveled on that foul. We'll get to that later, but continue, Alex.
So, as on Dead Red, Jets fan, I like. As on Dead Red, we talked about head coaching vacancies. We did predictions 2 weeks ago. There's only been one hire, and that is Frank Reich. What are you guys' thoughts on that? I think it's a mid-hire, to be fair. Like, I kind of like the way they're working down the stretch with Steve Wilkes.
I don't know why they didn't just keep him. Steve
Kind of like
Wilkes.
the Rich Bisaccia thing.
I thought they should have just kept him and, like, said, give him the year. Like, I thought Carolina looked fairly well at the end of the year. So
better than under Matt Rule, Brian.
Baker.
Alan, what are your thoughts on the Frank Reich hire?
I like Frank Reich as an excellent coach. Always liked him. Well, he was hard done by in Indianapolis, to be honest.
Okay. That's a differing opinion. It's just, to me, like, I like Reich as an offensive mind. I'm not sure about a head coach. I think he did well, but I think he was screwed over by quarterbacks. But I think there was definitely a reason to keep Wilkes.
Yeah, for some reason, Jim Irsay has a boner for aging quarterbacks.
I think it's going to be a good hire. I think Frank Reich deserves another chance. I thought he was kind of hard done by with a situation. If he had a decent quarterback, that team was pretty solid, man. So, and he coached it pretty well. So, I always thought he was very much worth another head coaching shot. As I was saying, he should have been your OC. Like, I would have hired you guys.
Yep.
I said that.
So, but to be honest, he should have been your head coach because I already said that before in the previous podcast. I think he would have been a really good head coach for you guys too. So I've always thought he's a good head coach. So I'm happy for that move, actually.
That's true, Evan. That's absolutely true. His daughter works for the Panthers.
Well,
they tried hard to get Fangio, but Miami didn't hire him. He said he is not decided on his future. So Vic Fangio is still a free agent to this day.
He's a very good DC.
Anger management. Yeah. Miz is being fully transparent.
You guys seen Anger Management?
I have not, but that's on my list.
Go Yankees! There's Derek Jeter in it. There's all kinds of Yankees in it.
I don't think so.
No.
Unless you're talking about like Jacob Eason or
oh shit.
Fucking Sam Ellinger.
Holy fuck.
Unless you're talking about those two. No, he has not drafted.
Holy fuck daddies. That's bad.
Yeah. Miz, I 100% agree with you. I hope we don't lose Wink. Can't remember the last. Most of his quarterbacks have been older guys. Yeah. Now Foles, Wentz, all those guys line up in that category. So,
do we know how well the Wink interviews have gone?
They haven't said anything, but apparently here's an inside track to this. I saw this on Twitter from, I think it was Benjamin Albright, who's a Broncos guy. Mike Kafka's number 2 for them. Jonathan Gannon is number 1.
I think Kafka is going to get a head coaching shot this year. I wouldn't be surprised. I think I think teams are more interested in him because he's young and he's kind of got a progressive offense. I think people are going to be interested in him schematically and stuff. So I could see him getting a head coaching job. I think Wink will be back. And I'm praying, to be honest. I'm not bothered about Wink, to be honest. Wink. I'm not bothered about Kafka, to be honest. I think Kafka can go. Because, to be honest, it's Dable's offense anyway. I know Kafka calls the plays, but Dable will always kind of still have the final say in the offense. So I'm not too worried about that. Wink, for me, is someone I'd pay him. What I would do if I were Mara, I'd pay him head coaching money to be a DC for the next 2-3 years.
Jacob says he would love Fangio if Wink leaves. To be fair, if he does leave, I think Jerome Henderson should be the DC, the cornerbacks coach. He's done an excellent job over the last few years. But
it's true, he is good.
It's like I've thought before we go into our predictions, just a little sidetrack. I've thought about the prospect of either leaving because I remember you were talking to Rob about the what do you call it? Which would you rather see go if you were someone put a gun to your head? I thought about picking Wink, but I'm like, it's an offensive coaching staff they could just go with from within, and he's basically the offensive guy. So yeah, my mind has kind of not changed on that. Gannon isn't leaving. He said post game, if Kafka leaves, we need to keep Shea Tierney. He is our next offensive mind. Yeah, and they need to bring somebody in, a quarterback's coach. Maybe it's experienced or whatever.
Done a very good job with Daniel Jones.
Yeah, no, he's done a very good job. Lucas starring in Fury 2 co-star Brad Pitt. I mean, that'd be an interesting co-actor. But so I'm gonna headline the candidates here.
Okay.
For at least the ones that I know have been getting, coaching jobs or at least coaching interviews. Wink Martindale, Giants DC. Jeff Saturday, Colts former head coach. Mike Kafka, Giants offensive coordinator. D'Amico Ryans, San Francisco defensive coordinator. Thomas Brown, the tight ends coach of the Rams. Ejiro Avero, the defensive coordinator of the Broncos last year. They did very good on the defensive side. Dan Quinn, I think he already said he's just staying in Dallas. Kellen Moore is no longer on that list because he is now the Chargers offensive coordinator.
He should be the Chargers head coach. The Chargers suck.
Yeah, Brendan Staley he's pretty bad.
Awful. I'd have fired him yesterday.
I'll reveal my thoughts, but hopefully not. I don't want to see that. It's a very good shot though. For a QB coach, he did retire, didn't he? Davis Webb's a free agent. So actually, yeah, he might actually be in line. That's a good point, Jacob. So next on the list, obviously, Reich already was hired. Raheem Morris, defensive coordinator of the Rams. Ken Dorsey, OC of the Bills. Leslie Frazier, DC of the Bills. Brian Flores, linebacker coach of the Steelers and former Dolphins head coach. Shane Steichen, offensive coordinator of the Eagles. Obviously, Jonathan Gannon already said he's staying. Eric Bieniemy, offensive coordinator of the Chiefs. Brian Callahan, offensive coordinator of the Bengals. Sean Payton, and then you also have Lou Anarumo, who's the DC of the Bengals. So let's start out. Let's see. The most attractive job outside the Panthers. Someone pick a team. Texans, Colts, Cardinals, Broncos.
Aren't the Texans interested in DeMico Ryans?
That's pretty much a done deal, if you want to be honest.
It's happened already, or
I know JJ Watt put out a picture of him in DeMico Ryans and Texans uniforms because they used to play together.
So should we cross that one off the board?
I think you can.
Okay.
He's already ruled out Denver. He said he's not going to interview with Denver again. So,
I mean, I would do it if I were the Texans. That's who I'd go after, just because you're probably not going to get like a top proven guy. So I'm like, you know what? Let's get the best coordinator out there.
Yeah, I like that too, man. I agree.
Shocked Denver doesn't have Peyton. It's not Peyton himself. It's the fact that the Saints want 2 first-round picks in return.
It's not that. It's also it's that too, but also he doesn't like their ownership.
Yeah. So there's obviously a problem there. But let's go to the Cardinals. Let's go to the Cardinals for the head coaching opportunity. I know Lou Anarumo is one of the favorites, so there's that. But any thoughts on predictions for that area?
That feels like an ideal situation for Peyton, no?
Yeah.
I was thinking that too, because, okay, here's my thought process, right? In any of these teams, no, this isn't a rant time, okay? No, in all honesty, like, Kyler Murray is he's a very talented quarterback, but Cliff Kingsbury was a terrible head coach. God awful. Could you imagine what Sean Payton would take to Kyler Murray's game?
Yes.
Like, I don't know if there's another coaching job out there that right now that has a quarterback as Kyler Murray.
Right, because you got the Colts uncertain.
Mm-hmm.
The Texans, as
Maybe
much as shitty ownership as they are, they're probably getting Bryce Young or CJ Stroud.
Right. And maybe the Broncos with Russell Wilson, but the jury's got to be out now because nobody knows. I mean, I know it was Hackett, but we don't know if it was Russell Wilson. But I guess you could put them in the same boat. So I guess the Broncos and Cardinals would be ideal for Sean Payton. But like the age gap between Murray and Wilson, like Murray's only, what was he drafted first overall in 2019? Like, that's only like that's a few years ago. Like, he's still got like plenty of years ahead. So if I'm Sean Payton, that looks pretty promising to me.
Might be a good point though about Kyler Murray's personality.
That's true.
Like, from what I hear, he is not a franchise quarterback personality. Like his teammates don't particularly like him and stuff. But apparently, he's expected to miss the start of the 2023 season. May not return until the second half. So that may have an influence. So according to Yahoo Sports, they're reportedly going to interview Lou Anarumo for a head coaching job. I guess that would be a pretty good hire for them. But I wonder where Payton's going to go. That's my biggest thing, because I would love to see him go in a nice situation where there's a good quarterback that he can work with.
Mm-hmm. Well, Donald, the other guy they're actually interviewing tomorrow is your guy, Mike Kafka. So
I don't see that. I don't see it as a fit.
He is.
I'm gonna go outside the box for this one. I think Brian Flores gets the Arizona job.
What, head coach?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's going to get a head coaching job after the lawsuit.
I think somebody enters. I don't want to take back my pick because they just hired a new GM, but I just feel like Arizona's going to do that. I'm going to be bold. I
like Brian Flores, and had he not scorched earth the league, I think he would have eventually gotten a head coaching hire. Maybe not last year, but certainly this year. I think he's kind of fucked himself. When you John Mara is one of the guys of the NFL. He's the dude, man. He's
the giant. You could
he's respected. He's like the grandfather of the league. He's respected. Everybody likes him. He's a good person. Much loved. Tiki Barber loved him. All this stuff. And Brian Flores coming up with this wild nonsense that he's racist and the Giants are racist and blah blah blah. That's insane. And calling out one of the principal, most important teams in sports, calling them racist is just something that is going to affect you, because it's not just going to be the Giants who are going to be pissed at that. The league will be looking at that going, what's wrong with this dude? Because that's obviously nonsense. They just hired Brian Daboll because he was perfect fit for Joe Shane. And that's it. Simple as. It doesn't go any deeper than that. But I don't think that he's going to get a head coaching job. I think what they might do is give him a DC job. I think a DC job would be perfect for him. And then maybe he can rebuild his resume and get back into the head coaching circuit. He's a great head coach. Don't get me wrong. I just think that his behavior last year was wrong.
I don't think the reason why I will say he's a solid guy. The reason why I don't think he's great is he never, ever did a good job at picking an offensive staff. That's my issue with him. All those years, they ran on the running game, and there wasn't even top 10. Tua didn't flourish till this year. So, he could have a case, I think, against the Texans, against some of these other teams. The Giants, I thought, not because they're my Giants, but it was blasphemous. They had a black defensive coordinator. He probably would have been in consideration to get the job had Wink not fucking, came to the Giants, or if Wink leaves, maybe he was going to be in consideration to get the job. Hell, I think he would be a good defensive coordinator. But at the end of the day, I don't know. I'm not
the Brian Flores thing went to the 11th hour. The Giants seriously considered him. He got a second interview. He was
right.
It was just they preferred Brian Daboll. That's it. So anyway, I hated that. I really did. And I I really hope that he does get a job eventually because he's a very smart football mind. But that was some crazy stuff right there.
This would be nice, Jacob, but I think his lawsuit is actually still against the Texans. So that would be very good, though, I must say. Anyone else throwing out predictions for the Cardinals?
I'm going to go Anarumo.
Lou Anarumo.
Okay.
So goes Lou Anarumo. We got Donald or we got John?
Yeah, it's just gonna be an Anarumo. I think that probably makes sense to me.
You said this is for the Cardinals, right?
This is for the Arizona Cardinals.
You know what? Fuck it. Let me go fun, and I'll say Sean Payton. Why?
Okay. All right. Let's go
Be
with
bold.
John Sean Payton.
Do
Okay.
you know who Payton's interviewing with right now?
Payton?
I do not know.
Payton, I don't think he's interviewing it with anybody.
No, he interviewed the Texans and the Broncos.
Yeah, like he's going to get the Texans job. That would be a good position, but I mean, the ownership is absolute garbage. Let's see. We'll go to the Colts next.
Why do I think they're going to keep Jeff Saturday? I think that's what's going to happen.
Are you kidding me? Oh my god!
Their owner is crazy.
He's a little cuckoo.
A little.
Let's see. So Sox picked Wink Martindale as their head coach.
Mhm.
I don't think it's going to be him.
God, I hope not.
You know what? I'm going to go on a limb, and I'm going to say Raheem Morris.
That is the guy I was actually thinking of.
Okay.
So put me down for him too.
Raheem Morris. All right. We got Donald and Luca.
I said Jeff Saturday.
Oh, all right.
I don't think that they could really bring back Jeff Saturday. They'd have to be out of their minds, which they are. So, yeah, they probably will. But I'll go with the Morris as well. I just can't see. I can't see that they'd be dumb enough to bring back that atrocity of a head coach. So,
Yeah.
according to the Sporting News, the Sean Payton sweepstakes has come to a screeching halt. He seems to basically indicate that he's going back to the television.
Man, I'm already.
Oh, well.
Oh, well.
It's because of those 2 first-round picks, I'm telling you. And then the Broncos.
I think
Last
that's
but not
Raheem
least.
Morris.
Okay.
I got a weird feeling that I don't know, like the Jim Harbaugh rumors, like it's up and down.
It's because I think the director of like personnel or something from Michigan met with Broncos staff.
But if I don't understand why Harbaugh is so fixated on college because it's
Never
not
makes
like,
a big game.
what happened?
Never ever he wins in the big game.
Right. I don't know. I feel like he might leave. I don't know. Like, what's
I'm
his
thinking-
purpose of staying?
I mean, there's not too much pressure, kind of, because, like, you keep building a program, you keep sustaining winning teams in Michigan. I mean, you're not
He hasn't
going
won
to get
anything. And how long has he been out of the NFL for? For like
since 2014?
14?
Yes.
13, 14?
Yeah,
Something.
because then they had hired Tom Sula, and then they hired Chip Kelly, and then they went to Kyle Shanahan. I'm picking Brian Callahan, the offensive coordinator of the Bengals, to take the Broncos job.
Fuck it. Put me down for Harbaugh. That'll be my bold pick I get right. We're going to have fun with this.
Donald, it's up to you.
Give me Mike Kafka.
All right. Let's see. Donald is Mike Kapka. So before we get to some comments, here's where it is. So for the Colts, me, Donald, and John are going Raheem Morris. Luca is going Jeff Saturday. For the Broncos job, Luca's going Raheem Morris. I'm going Brian Callahan. Angry John is going with Jim Harbaugh. And then Mike Kafka for Donald. Cardinals, I'm taking Brian Flores. Luca and Donald are taking Lou Anarumo, and John is taking Sean Payton.
Right, okay. Just reading here about Mike Kafka. He's interviewing with the Cardinals on Tuesday, so it's tomorrow. So that's interesting. But also, I've learned that he is hot candidate for the Colts. I'm actually thinking of changing Morris and going Kafka for the Colts.
You can.
I could see that, and then moving Morris over to Denver.
All right. So you'll be with Luca on the Denver train for Raheem Morris, and then you're picking Mike Kafka. Let's see, Donald MK. All right. So just a change. Mike Kafka for Donald with the Colts and Raheem Morris with Luca and Donald for the Broncos. So I think that pretty much finishes up our NFL segment. Any chance still for Frazier? There's not a spot needed. I mean, we already went through it, but I don't see Frazier getting it. I think that Buffalo defense fell a little bit this year, so that's why he may not get a job. But let me know about those connections too, because I know you said, Jacob, in the comments that there's some sort of a connection. But if we want to finish off with some National Basketball Association.
Yeah, sure. Why not? So over the weekend, we saw, obviously this was NBA Rivals Week. We saw the Knicks lose to the Nets. If John wants to rant about that, go ahead. But
I'm ranted out tonight. I can't. I'll screw on the Knicks another night.
He's gonna have a stroke if he does.
Well, I think one of the pertinent stories. Sorry to interrupt, but the pertinent stories is OG Anunoby and the Knicks. His name has been dropped heavily over the last 24 hours. The Knicks seemingly willing to
offer multiple
firsts for OG Anunoby.
I sign up. I'll say this. I'll sign up for the deal. But the problem is Anunoby wants a more prominent role on offense, and the way we run right now with three guys having the ball in their hands, it's not going to work out for him. I like him as a player. I like Gary Trent Jr. better, but I don't think Anunoby's going to be happy here either. So
he's also hurt. He's been having groin problems. He's hurt right now. For one, he's been having groin problems over the last couple of weeks. If you look at his injury history, it's pretty significant.
Here's the thing with Anunoby, and it doesn't make sense. I'm not saying Luca's wrong here. Here's what I don't understand. So you're telling me that it would be okay if we gave up multiple first-round picks for him, but for some reason we were so hesitant to go get Donovan Mitchell in the offseason. That makes no fucking sense.
Exactly.
No
sense at all.
And so because A, Donovan Mitchell is a way better player.
Of course.
And B, we probably would have to give multiple first, and then you're thinking salary stuff too.
Yeah, of course. You can't just take on Anunoby alone. You have to give up a contract.
Which, fine. You want to throw in Mr. Frenchie on the bench 4 days? Sure. Great. But it just makes no sense with this team. I completely agree with Donald in the sense that the extension of RJ Barrett really fucked this team over because now we're stuck with him. And he doesn't do anything great. And he's an okay player. Decent, but not third overall pick worthy.
Somebody put this on Twitter, and I think Donald's going to co-sign with this idea.
Yeah.
I would trade RJ Barrett for Brandon Ingram in an instant.
Oh, in a heartbeat.
I don't know why people are hesitant about it, but I love Brandon Ingram. I would trade for him.
I would sign up for it if I was blind. Are you kidding me?
Heartbeat.
Easily.
Because the problem with RJ Barrett is he's not a good enough defender to be a 3.
Yeah.
And he's not a good enough shooter to be a 2 or a 3. He's not a good. It's just he's a jack of all trades. He's just someone who's pretty good at a bunch of things, but not good at anything. And that's kind of what worries me. And then they've given him a huge extension, and it's his position on the court, which is the problem. I mean, yeah, I know you're looking at his numbers statistically going, well, he's averaging 21 points per game. He's having a really good season. But if you look at the way that the team is constructed, it's a ball handling isolation offense. So it's Jalen Brunson and Julius Randle dominate the ball. RJ Barrett, he is a ball dominant player, high usage, low efficiency player. How does he fit in that construction? So obviously you want to move forward with two dudes that probably deserve to be in the All-Star team this year.
Right.
So where does that leave RJ Barrett? You can't have both Barrett and Julius Randle in the same starting lineup because they're both ball dominant. At least Randle will give you 11 rebounds a game,
Right.
26 points, 27 points. I mean, RJ Barrett is not that player. He doesn't play any defense. And so I would completely move him. I mean, listen, I would even consider trading him for Anunoby, but I would not give up 3 first-round picks for Anunoby.
No.
That's absolutely insane. He's not that good offensively. He doesn't really create off the dribble. He's like a catch-and-shoot kind of player. He can play. He's a very good defender, but he gets hurt.
Yeah, I agree. I'm reading this like little thread on Twitter. Somebody's like, "Oh, RJ's 22 years old. Why are you trading for Ingram, who's 25?" Well, aren't we gesturing towards a win now team?
Ingram's better.
Ingram is a couple miles better than RJ. You know what Ingram can do? He can create his own shot. So if he's ever put in ISO, to me, he reminds me of a very young Kevin Durant. Not that he has the same talent, but everything he does just reminds me of Kevin Durant. So, yeah, I would trade RJ Barrett for Brandon Ingram. I don't know how it will work contract-wise. Maybe if you guys want, we could do an NBA trade machine. I have the thing bookmarked for like an Ingram or an Anunoby, but I would trade Ingram.
Go for it. So a recent update is Anunoby is set to miss the next 4 games due to a left wrist injury.
And the issue is the trade deadline's in like about almost 11 days, I think, 10 days.
Yeah.
I'm just going to.
So let me get this straight. We don't want to give up multiple picks for legitimately a superstar who can change the franchise, but you're willing to do it for a dude who's gone groin strains, wrist injuries, and isn't even half the player that don't even
It makes no sense.
You might, if we're going to be honest, you might as well just sit out the deadline, make a lateral move. I hate saying that, but it's true. So
I don't see a move where they can fucking get to an elite team this year.
All right.
I think a Gary Trent Jr. trade is the way to do it because he is a guy that has another ceiling. He's got that little further upside about him.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, he's kind of like a Jalen Brunson in many aspects because remember, Jalen Brunson was an off-guard sixth man for Dallas. He was averaging 16 points per game. He comes to the Knicks, and now he's like an all-star, averaging like 23, 24 points per game. I think Gary Trent is that guy. I think he's a sixth man in Toronto. I think if he was a starting 2-guard for the Knicks, I think you'd see his numbers go even higher. He's got a bunch of really nice traits about his game. I would give up multiple firsts for Gary Trent rather than Anunoby.
Interesting one. So we have the trade machine up. I know somebody has a projected trade on Twitter. I think there's Eddie Presti. Let me find the exact one. So in this trade, you guys don't see this right now, but the Pelicans would receive Fournier, Barrett, Reddish, and 3 first-round picks. And the Knicks would get Najee Marshall, Dyson Daniels, and Brandon Ingram. So if you want to create something similar to that, so first off, we're going to add RJ Barrett.
Yes, please.
Goodbye.
Then we're going to trade Brandon Ingram to the Knicks. Now, how many firsts are we giving up?
Is this in the next offseason or in this trade deadline?
Let's do this trade deadline.
Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Certainly one of our picks. Maybe the Wizards pick.
Protected. Okay. Yeah, Wizards pick we could do.
Obviously needs to be an unprotected.
You give him our pick because if you have Ingram, you got to be a playoff team. Like
we got the Wizards pick. We got trading Barrett. So for Ingram.
Yeah, another one of our firsts for 2023. So.
All right. Unprotected, trade to Pelicans. All right. So is this a straight up trade or do you want to add pieces? Do you want to add Fournier? Do you want to add somebody from New Orleans?
Can we
I think the money needs to work. So he's on 31. RJ's on
10.9.
Oh, yeah, because his contract doesn't. Well, no, remember, he's got the poison pill.
Yeah.
So his is going to be what, 30 some 20. No, it's like 21, 22.
23.
23, right. So we need another 8-9 million to make it fit. So maybe like D Rose.
Yeah. 14.5 million over the next 2 years.
Cam Reddish works.
But that's 1 year though.
No.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see how this does. You got Reddish, Barrett, and picks to the Pelicans for Brandon Ingram. So are we going to try this out or do you want to add more?
No, I guess it's fair. That's a fair deal, in my opinion.
Trade is a failure.
Thank you, Jacob.
Why?
Right. Let's see. What are they
The
saying
Knicks
here?
are not unable to complete the trade since they are a tax-paying team after this trade. They are only to take back 125% of the salary. Knicks can only take back $21 million in salary based on the amount. So
we're in salary. All right, so it's time to give up Frenchie.
okay.
We'll put Frenchie in this deal. Okay. Where is he? Oh, you passed him. Goodbye, Frenchie.
All right, let's try this out. Failed again. The reason is the Pelicans are unable to complete this trade. They can only take $39.6 million back.
Yeah, I think we're 18.
Derrick Rose.
Yeah, take Rose out.
Try this again.
Wow.
Pelicans can only take $39 million. So
do they have anyone we can get? Or
here you go. Here's the hint. Cut 4.3 Pelicans from the incoming trade value to make this trade successful. So maybe we do Barrett and Rose alone. No Cam Reddish.
Okay.
Great. Success.
So the Knicks gain a win. I should frickin' hope so.
Pelicans lose a win, but that's not saying much, honestly, because they're a very good team right now. So
I would love that trade. I don't think it would ever happen, but I would love that trade. Do you think Brandon Ingram will become available?
I hope, because they extended Zion. Well, they're obviously a win now team, but this is a dream scenario, so I'm hoping, man. I'm hoping. So Donald want to keep RJ. I don't think he wants to keep RJ.
Definitely not.
So we've went over some of the Knicks stuff, Anunoby, obviously, but let's get into Saturday's controversy. What are we thinking about this Celtics-Lakers game?
Garbage officiating. Like,
apparently
again,
they missed a couple of calls in that game. It wasn't just the LeBron one, but
well, that's the biggest one. I mean, you want to play the video for the audience?
Yep. There's a Boston fan who posted this video. Argue with me, LeBron traveled.
Let's see it.
So
I'm looking at the foot here. I'm not looking at the foul. So
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, he did. Unless they're counting.
Well, remember there was a gather.
Yeah, hold up. Did he gather it?
Gathered there.
So
Okay,
I don't think it's a.
No, I think he gathered it.
Yeah, it's a 1-2. That's not a travel. Originally,
I don't think it's a travel.
Like after viewing this video, I thought it was, but obviously,
gather 1-2. It's just, to be honest, it's Celtics fans trying to cover up for the fact that they got the benefit. And
yeah, I
trying
agree.
to pinpoint at something else, going, but what about this? Just own the fact that you guys,
got saved.
Yeah, they did. The ref is clearly in your pocket. And
And then-
You know what's funny? I'm not discriminating, so don't think I am. I don't know which one was the black ref.
Eric
His
Lewis.
family's a bunch of Celtics fans.
yes, I've heard that too.
Celtics are like 20-3 with him as ref since 2020.
Well,
So there's the bias there. But what do you guys think of Pat Beverly coming out with the camera?
funny. Like, why am again, I'm not going to complain about that. Like, it's more antics that, I mean, is he a shithead? Yeah. But, like, was I fucking dying?
He's a funny
like
shithead that time.
Yeah, like, no.
I
Like,
loved it.
if he's not on my team and he's, like, doing that, like, in other games, hell yeah, I'm going to watch it. He brought a fucking camera.
I've actually got it here. I think I've got the video again. That is freaking genius. Right.
And then he got a T for that, which it's so.
here.
This is
Oh, you've got it.
Yeah.
Okay, you got it.
This is LeBron's reaction. I can also fetch the Beverly video, but this is LeBron's reaction. Then I got to read you a quote from Chandler Parsons and what he said. In my opinion, obviously you can't overturn this. I think the NBA has to institute a 2-minute review, like the NFL does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree on that.
All right, so Donald has the video. Here you go. He's like, yep, there's a foul.
Well,
This
Hey.
is genius. And he's like, it's in
Oh.
4K.
my God.
It's on candid camera.
My God. Come on. He's only trying to help you out, ref.
That's fucking genius. That was
So
brilliant.
brilliant job by Beverly. But anyways, the NBA referees tweeted out after that game, like everyone else, referees make mistakes. We made
Shut
one
the
at the
fuck
end of
up.
last night's game, and that is
Here we go.
gut wrenching for us. This play will weigh heavily and cause sleepless nights as we strive to be the best referees we can be.
Oh,
That's what I gotta say. Fucking ridiculous.
And this is Chandler Parsons' quote on LeBron James. I can watch my French bulldog get ran over by the mailman right now, and I would not react like that.
That's a shitty thing. Honestly, it was such a disgrace. Here's the clip here of the foul. We got it here. That's it.
That's a-
That's
I mean,
insane.
It's clearly a foul.
Arm was just bang.
There was multiple missed calls in that game. I don't have the video, but I was watching it over. Like,
Yeah, there was, man. And it was
And I-
all against the Lakers. Every single one of them.
and I'm never ever a guy who sympathizes with LeBron. I know he's a great player, but sometimes he whines too much. But that was a case where you say, you know what, he was right. That was a crucial foul that was, waved off, never called. The referee, to me, the referees apologizing after the game doesn't do much. Although that they didn't get any consequences, which makes no sense. They're never held accountable. Like the officiating across sports is horrible, whether we like to admit it or not. NFL, NBA, MLB, but they got to.
Did you see Ballsack Sports tweet?
No, I haven't.
They said they had Tim Donaghy going, I've rigged a lot of games in my life, but I've never rigged anything as bad as that before.
Oh my.
That was a rig. That was blatant.
No, I believe the
rig
Lakers
job
should have
right
won.
there, man. That was some money being transferred. There's no excuse because if you look at the replay, the fucking ref is standing about that far away from LeBron.
He
man.
could see it.
You
He
can fucking
literally
see
could
it, and
see
his
it.
arm was like bang. How do you miss that? Unless he was staring into space, unless he was staring at a hot girl.
He-
in the
He had to be
fucking
thinking of someone
audience,
else.
like what it was, or he was thinking about what he was going to eat for dinner. After like, how do you fucking miss it? It was right fucking there. It's your job. And it was like less than 6 feet away from you. You absolute fucking clown. But like more pertinently, this is where there needs to be like some kind of officiating process where the NBA league office in New York, obviously watch all the games and all the replays and stuff like that. That is where they need to call it down and go, that's a foul.
Yeah.
Like, they have to. You cannot have a situation like, first of all, this idea where you challenge, and if you win the challenge, you then don't get a challenge again.
That's such a stupid rule.
It's the stupidest rule I've ever fucking seen. Also, the NFL, to its credit, in the last 2 minutes, everything, goes to video review if required, whatever. That's what they need to do with the NBA, man. Like, in the last minute, these things, there's always going to be a situation where you need to have things looked at properly to have it called fair, because that's where games are decided,
Of course.
one way or the other. You often see teams don't play any defense for the first 3 quarters, and then the fourth quarter they finally knuckle down. A lot of games are decided in the fourth quarter. You need to have your officiating bang on, man, and you can't have bias officiating like you had in that game. You have to have some level of responsibility. If your referee is that fucking bad and that bias, why is he not getting fined? Why is he not being sacked? Why is there not any consequences for him? There's consequences for the Lakers. They might miss the playoffs. If they miss the play-in game by 1 game, they will look at that. But there's no accountability for the ref.
I want to ask y'all something that's been a theory coming up. Do you guys think Vegas has any impact on refereeing?
It did with Tim Donaghy.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think he wrote a book about that. He said, he alleged that the NBA had some sort of rigging in the 2002 Western Conference Finals Game 6.
Kings and Lakers, yep.
And what about the Game 7 Rockets-Warriors game where James Harden was literally thrown out of bounds?
Yep.
Screaming it wasn't a foul. Like, he was literally grabbed, and it was like a football play. And he was carried 15 fucking yards. And I was screaming. I was like, that's a fucking foul. But nothing was called. And you're telling me that there's no bias refereeing?
It was like,
and then James Harden hit a fucking 4-point play, 3-point basket, and the ref was like, nope, that's not a basket. Nope, no basket. There is definitely Vegas stuff going on.
It was like the Trent Williams fucking suplex.
Yeah.
For the record, I was off on my record for the Celtics since 2020 are 36-2 when Eric Lewis refs a game. 36-2. How is that possible?
And that whole game, man, there was some crazy calls. Crazy calls. And they were all against the Lakers. It was really unacceptable. I don't really care who you root for. That just kind of happened.
I'm not a fan of either team, but that's just wrong, especially in the late minutes. So that's what I never understood.
But yeah, what can we do with them? Because it's almost more egregious than the NFL.
It's true. It's true because, again, as you said, Donald, that challenge rule is completely stupid. You have one challenge for the game, and you use it because what if you want to challenge a play, and that's why you have to me, in my opinion, why you have to institute that last 2-minute rule, because let's just say you use a challenge earlier on in the game, what was clearly not a foul, you get it overturned, and you don't have that challenge for the game, but then you want to challenge another play, but you don't have the challenge anymore, which is
what
ludicrous.
sense does that make? Something as egregious as that, and the worst thing is you can't challenge that because it's like a referee's discretion call.
Yeah.
How can you not challenge that? That's the thing that needs to be challengeable. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
So there's so many issues with that for me and I really hope that this instance where it's so blatant, that level of bias, and that they can maybe start instituting some changes in the offseason, because that's embarrassing. The only reason why the league sent out an apology is because they got found out in front of the world, oh shit. Right. And now and obviously Adam Silver is going to be furious. So there might be something that might happen because of it, because it was just that egregious.
Yeah. So then One of the other games was the battle between the two best centers in the NBA, Nikola Jokic and Joel Embiid. And this game's further certified that Joel Embiid is the better center. Is he better by much? Not exactly, but I think Joel Embiid is the guy. Donald, talk about Joel Embiid a little bit.
I've always felt like Joel Embiid got done last year.
I agree.
And it's really like hard to understand, because if you looked at like whenever we saw a ballot for the MVP, everyone that we follow and all that stuff all voted for Embiid. And I was like, who's the ones that are voting for Jokic? Because he won. But I always felt that Embiid had the better year. And it felt a little bit weird for me. But like, if you look at Embiid's numbers, averaging 34 points per game, 10 rebounds. He scored 47 points against Jokic. I mean, that dude is a monster. What I will say is that I don't think anybody else has in the league is that, like, there is almost no aspect to Embiid's game where you can defend him. If you leave him, if you try and shut down the paint, he can get you in the mid-range. You know, if you push high on him and he has to shoot the perimeter three, he can shoot the perimeter three. And he is a bulldozer in the paint. He's probably the most powerful guy in the league.
He's like a bull.
Yes, he is. Only, I would say, LeBron can finish in the paint like Embiid. Like, Embiid is a beast. And he's also like a physical like monster. He's like a specimen. Like, it's just brutal strength on the guy. So there's like his whole all-around offensive game is so much more superior. Now, obviously, Jokic is brilliant. I'm not taking anything away from him, but he doesn't really have any aspect of the game where he blows you away. He's not particularly athletic. He's just so smart. His IQ is phenomenal. Like, he's the best passer for a big man in the league, and he makes these beautiful passes, and he's got a nice shot and stuff like that. But he doesn't really, like, as a Knicks fan, when we play the Sixers, I'm terrified. I'm like, oh God, we have to play against Embiid. Against Jokic, it's not ideal, but you know,
I'm terrified of both. Like,
I know, it's just the way I'm trying to decide it is like, you can sort of try and defend him, but you can't defend Embiid. There's no way you can defend him. He's undefendable.
His defensive rating this year is 108.7, which I think is above average, close to better. Here's what I'll say: Embiid's the better guy. Embiid's the better defender. I think he's a little more mobile. Embiid's better from downtown, but I think Jokic is the better passer, but Embiid's the better scorer. He plays a lot more bully ball. So let's watch Joel Embiid's step back three over Nikola Jokic this past Saturday. Roll the tape. Again.
Oh. That's sick, man.
Go ahead, John.
Remember when everyone was ready to give up on him coming out of college?
Yeah, because he was constantly hurt.
Yeah. Well, I don't think anyone wants to give up on him now.
No, to me, he needs to win MVP at some point. He should have won last year. And I think he has a chance this year because his shooting stats, everything is absurd.
It is absurd.
He's got
Look at his last 10 games, man. He's actually almost 50-40-90. 53% from the field, 40% from three, 87% from the free throw line, 10.6 rebounds, 34.6 points per game over the last 10 games, which is right in line with averaging 33.8, which is first in the entire NBA.
He has really efficient shooting numbers. Less than 5 feet, 70%. 5 to 9 feet, 43%. 10 to 14, 47%. 15 to 19 feet, 47%. 20 to 24 feet, you're starting to get a 3-point range, 44%. 25 to 29 feet, 37.5%, which is all from three.
Look at his game log from the last 10 games. It's 30, 47, 26, 32, 41, 35, 30, 30, 36, 42. Every single night, he's putting up 30s and 40s.
MVP, man. MVP.
53 against Charlotte. 38, 39, 35, 44, 48. I mean, my God.
Monster.
Is he your
That's
MVP?
just insane.
Is he your MVP pick now over Doncic, or do you think Doncic still deserves it?
Oh, it's close. That's close. I think the fact that Doncic kind of carries the whole thing on his own is pretty amazing to me. Like, the rest of that team kind of sucks.
Yeah, they all suck.
Like, Powell sucks. Dinwiddie sucks. Finney's he's good, but he's only a role player. Tim Hardaway Jr. is not good. Well, this is actually, as you were saying this, look at Doncic's game against Dallas today. So Dallas won 111-105. Finney Smith was 2 of 5, 6 points. Tim Hardaway's 3 of 10, 1 of 6 from 3, -9 on the court, 8 points. Powell was 1 of 4, just 4 points. Dinwiddie was dreadful, 5 of 16, 0 of 6 from 3. He's been shit this year, by the way. -4 on the floor, just 12 points. Bertans, a big fat 0. Reggie Bullock, 9 points. And then we get to Luka Doncic, 17 of 24, 5 and 11 of 11, 53 motherfucking points. 53 points, which is basically the entire Mavericks offense. 53 fucking points, man.
The one, there's another
So for me, he's still the MVP.
So for my candidates, it's those two, obviously, Embiid, Doncic, and then the other guy I'd throw in there is Jason Tatum, who's having a fucking fantastic season with the Celtics. I think he's averaging like 31 a game.
Yeah, close to it, I think.
32, 30 something. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but
he's 31, 8 and 4.
Yeah. Jesus. This guy's got a huge skill set. Can create his own shot. Can shoot the jump shot. He can take it off the drive.
Excellent defender.
Yeah, excellent defender too. So
Came better as a passer, but I like Tatum a lot. But I think Embiid has to be the MVP. Not.
So here's Doncic. He's on 33 points per game, which is just behind Embiid in scoring. So Embiid's first, Doncic second. Then Doncic averaging 8.9 rebounds, 8.4 assists, and just under 50% from the field, 49.7. As a point guard. It's stupid numbers, like stupid numbers. It's really close, man. Like prior to Embiid setting Jokic on fire, I was thinking, oh yeah, this is definitely like Doncic's award to lose. But now I'm thinking it's almost neck and neck.
It's getting there. So, any final thoughts on the basketball note? Anything else you want to talk about? Anybody?
Well, there's quite a few interesting talking points in the NBA. I mean, Boston haven't been the hottest form lately.
Yeah, they've lost. Before the Laker game. They lost 3 in a row. Again, they should have lost 4 in a row, but.
And what do you think about the situation with the Knicks losing to the Nets? Is it a big deal or what?
It tells you where they are.
It's the same story. We know what they are. Average.
They can never beat the Nets for some reason. They can go out and beat teams like the Cavs and the Celtics with all their heart, but they can never compete against the Nets. And I think they were underprepared because it seems like obviously, I'm not a fan of the defensive scheme, but a lot of the threes given up were like individual issues, like guys not closing out. Like Watanabe got hot. we highlighted on Friday, you cannot let the role players get hot. Kyrie Irving got hot in the fourth quarter. He had 21 fourth quarter points, and he did a step back on RJ, step back on Grimes. Grimes had a horrible game, but it just tells you where they are. The Knicks need bigger wings.
Desperately. So what about our man Lillard dropping 60 points the other day?
He's just pure awesome. I'm watching the Blazers and the Hawks right now. He's still putting up very good numbers. It's a shame that the Blazers are out of the play-in. I really want to see what they can do.
They're like right. I pulled up the standings in front of me. They're half a game back against Thunder right now. So
yeah, the Thunder, I think. In the play-in,
sorry, they're in the 12th seed. I read that wrong. So they are 1.5 games back of Utah for the play-in game.
Here's a record that you guys might not know. The NBA this year, right, already has 19 50-point games this season. Dudes with at least 50 points. 19 of them.
Donovan Mitchell.
Which is the third most before the All-Star break all time. The most since 1962. So basically, this is some crazy stuff. So yeah, we got Doncic, 53, which we've just talked about. Just now, 53, fucking 20 minutes ago. Giannis 50 points, and that was yesterday, for fuck's sake. Damon Lillard 60, which was the other day. Jason Tatum 51. It's all happening in January. Damon Lillard had another 50-point game in January. Giannis 55 in January. Klay Thompson 54. I didn't even know Klay Thompson could still shoot. Then Donovan Mitchell 71. This is all happening in January, man. And Doncic again with 51. Doncic again with 60. Doncic again with 50. Sorry, he's the MVP. Pascal Siakam 52. Devin Booker 58. Embiid 53. Davis 55. That was December 4th, 2022. Devin Booker 51. Steph 50. Garland 51. Embiid 59. November 13th. Jesus Christ. That's some crazy numbers, man. This is it's like 2K.
Literally, it's like my career.
It is. It's like 2K rookie mode.
Literally.
What would you account it for? Would you say that nobody's playing defense, or would you just say
easily? It's not a defensive league anymore.
No.
And you literally just mentioned all these high fucking scoring games of guys getting 50 points. It's like almost every other night. I mean, getting 50 points in a game is like, even a few years ago, it's like, oh, it'll happen, but it doesn't happen that often. And now you look at the list and it's like, well, everyone can get 50 points almost. Just keep shooting.
Scoring.
It's also that just the athleticism and the scoring talent is at a level that's never been seen before.
Mm-hmm.
It's so deep. Because I was looking at the potential Eastern Conference All-Star candidates, and there was a lot of candidates that are that deserve inclusion, and that just shows how deep the pool is. And maybe we could actually do that before we close off.
Why? Well, is the voting still going on?
Well, the starters have already been announced, but the reserves are due to be announced on, I believe, was it Tuesday? No, Thursday maybe.
Yeah.
So
go ahead. These are the I was just gonna pull it up. Hold up. I'm sorry. The starters for the All-Star.
Why is Embiid not a starter?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna bring up. But these are the
absolutely crazy.
These are the starters, right? You have LeBron, Giannis, Tatum, Doncic, Jokic. You have Curry, Mitchell, Durant, and I don't know why it doesn't.
Durant's hurt. Why is he there?
Am I missing anyone? Williamson,
He might be back.
Steph, Irving, and Tatum. And Donovan Mitchell. I don't know if I said his name, but that's your 10.
Pretty damn good 10.
It is. Like all guys that deserve to be there, like, don't get me wrong, but like I don't know how. I mean, if you put Embiid in there, who do you take out?
Durant. I mean, that's just my opinion because Durant might be
agree.
back to the All-Star break, but I don't think him being voted starter right now is smart because he's hurt.
Well, you also have to figure, like, these votes suck. I mean, I've seen, like, fucking Derrick Rose get, like,
That's
voting,
stupid.
and he hasn't played in how many fucking games now?
God
it's a
knows
joke.
how many.
The fan vote is a joke, man. That's
Yeah,
why
it's a popularity contest. 100% a popularity contest.
That's why I never take it seriously, because the fans don't take it seriously. So I'm like, okay, like, cool. You got voted in a popularity contest. Like,
But the reserves is a little bit more interesting. So
Yeah.
I think there's 2 wild card spots. There's the 3 forwards and 2 guards. So that's 7 in total. So shall we predict? The East is interesting because it involves the Knicks. I've not done so much of a deep dive into the West, but so first of all, I guess Joel Embiid is an absolute lock. So he's going to get 1 forward spots. That's just certainty. The next one, I would say, the next forward spot, I would say is probably Bam Adebayo.
How many forward spots are there? Just curious.
Averaging 21 points, 10 rebounds. They're NBA's best defensive team when he's on the court. You would assume that he makes it.
Yeah.
What would you say? Would you say no?
No, I would. It's just how many forward spots are there? Because I'm not going to lie to you. I want to save one for Julius Randle, but that could be the other.
Well, that's what I was going to get to. Then there's a 3rd forward spot. I would have Julius Randle.
So who do you have already?
Embiid, Adebayo, Randle, 3 forwards.
I agree with all of them. Okay.
Right, and then there's like a couple of wild card spots.
Okay.
So it doesn't really matter whether it's a guard
throw
or a
in-
forward.
Do you throw in Pascal Siakam?
So Siakam is very much in the conversation.
Yes.
He's definitely in the conversation, but there's also other guys that deserve.
Shai Gilgeous?
Well, he's on the West. I'm just talking about the East. So, obviously, the guards, you would say Tyrese Halliburton.
What about Jaylen Brown?
Jaylen Brown's an absolute certainty. So Jaylen Brown's definitely going to make it.
Yeah.
Right.
What about the beard? James
And then
Harden?
I was going to say the beard. 11 assists per game. He leads the NBA in assists.
I didn't know if you would say the beard. I didn't know if you like him.
No, I appreciate him. You know what? I actually really like what he's done this year.
I know.
I love that he's been humble enough to go, you know what? I'm just going to focus on being the best passer in the league. I think that's pretty cool. So we know he leads the league in assists. And that tandem that he's got with Embiid's pretty fucking awesome. So that's 3 guys we've already mentioned. Like Tyrese Halliburton's averaging 21 points, 10 assists. And I think like 40% from 3, and he's the most efficient player in the NBA statistically.
Yeah, he's got really good usage and efficiency.
Yeah, he's just stupid. So
he can play off ball, but like he can get you 30 a night if you really need him to.
So if we go with that leaves
that's all the
2 wild card spots remaining.
That's not all the guy. So how does? Oh, okay.
Or maybe 1, because
how many do we have?
Yeah, because the starting guards would be Brown and I suppose James Harden.
Yeah.
And then one of the wild card spots will go to Tyrese Halliburton. So that leaves 1 remaining spot, I suppose.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think of other good, like Jalen Brunson's there.
Yep.
Trae Young.
Fuck him, but yeah, he's had an insane year.
Jimmy Butler?
Jimmy Butler's had a good year. He's been hurt a lot, though.
Maybe that takes him out.
I'll tell you, he's had a great year. It's DeMar DeRozan.
I was about to say Zach LaVine or DeRozan.
One of those two guys.
DeRozan's year has been insane.
I'll go DeRozan.
I would say it's a toss-up between Jalen Brunson or Trae Young. Do I get to sound like the homer and pick Jalen Brunson?
I would pick Jalen Brunson too because he's actually more efficient than
Trae Young.
Trae Young.
Yeah,
Trae Young is shooting 31% from three. This is just off the top of my head. 31% from three.
42% from the field.
40% from the field, which is so inefficient. But Brunson's like 47% from the field and like 40% from three. So it's like, in my opinion, it's a no-brainer. I think we can discount Trae Young.
Yeah, leave him out.
All right, so that leaves the East, right?
Yeah.
So now we're
But
in the
there's
West.
still a spot, one more spot, I think, for either Siakam or DeRozan.
DeRozan.
I go DeRozan too because if you look at if you compare the two numbers on Basketball Reference, DeRozan's numbers are much better right across the board. All the efficiencies are much better than Siakam's.
I guess DeRozan's having a monster year, so he would get the last spot.
One of the websites I read, they have the East being Julius Randle getting in, but our guy Brunson not. They have Bam Adebayo, Julius Randle, Embiid, Siakam, Halliburton, Jaylen Brown, and James Harden.
Yeah.
Again, I'll still
What would I do? I would take out Pascal Siakam, and I would put in
DeRozan.
DeRozan or Brunson.
I feel like Brunson just because
it's tight. I think Brunson deserves it.
Yeah, Brunson for a first timer, yeah. But it's hard to leave DeRozan out.
I think they might go DeRozan just because, it's like, hey, we threw a Nick in there. Let's give
Yeah.
I think it would be DeRozan over Brunson.
Yeah.
So that would be the East.
West.
And now we have the West. So who are the starters again? It's Steph, Doncic, LeBron, and then it was the Joker, and who else am I missing on that list? I fucking took the list off in front of me.
LeBron, Jokic, Zion, Curry, Doncic.
Zion. Yep. Okay, so then you have the reserve.
SGA.
Oh, hell yeah. If you're looking at guards, guys that come up to the top of my head, Ja Morant is having a fantastic year. SGA, Damian Lillard.
Yeah, absolutely Lillard.
And the other guy I'm thinking, De'Aaron Fox, because he's had a fucking sick year as
De'Aaron
well.
Fox. I go for how many guards do we have, John?
That would be 6 including starters. That would be 6 guards, which it's really tight because all of them deserve to be there.
I'm gonna go Fox. I'm gonna go. What's his name? Morant.
Mm-hmm.
And who did I just mention off the top of my head? Fox, Morant, and Alexander. But again, you need.
I wouldn't.
Damian Lillard too. There's Damian Lillard too.
I wouldn't take Lillard out of that list. He's fucking. I know his team sucks, but still, dude's incredible.
You also need to figure out the forward spots.
Yeah.
For forwards, I don't know who you guys think, but Domantas Sabonis is the first guy that jumps to me.
Yep.
Agreed.
Really, he's a good efficiently.
Morant for sure. Lillard for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Shai Gilgeous.
Shai Gilgeous, absolutely. That's 4. You could make the case for De'Aaron Fox.
Yes.
Yeah. Another
Larry
big.
Markkinen has had a very good year.
Yeah, I was gonna think of him
But
because
I don't really like him, but
he's having a good year though.
he really is.
Do you throw in Anthony Davis?
No.
No.
Guy's always hurt.
Yeah, I don't know how many games. What about Devin Booker?
He's hurt too.
I'm trying to think like who else is there.
Maybe Jeremy Grant. He's
Paul
averaging.
George?
I'm not feeling Paul George. To me, I'm more on the Jeremy Grant train.
What are the numbers between them?
Jeremy Grant, 48 from the field, 42 from 3, 21, 4, and 2.
What about Paul George?
Paul George, let's see. 23, 6, and 5, 46 from the field, 38 from downtown.
That's a tough one. I still think George is a little bit better than Jeremy Grant, but I could see it either way.
That's fair.
Is that it for the West, or how many spots?
I think it's 3 forwards.
So the forwards would be George, Markkinen, and Sabonis.
Yes.
And then how many guards? It would be
Fox, Shai Gilgeous,
SGA, Lillard, and my God, I'm blanking on names.
Ja.
Morant, that's right.
John Morant. He's
Yep. I think he's like by far the Grizzlies' best player, and he's led them to second in the West, so he's got to be there. And that's it, right? Yeah.
What do you think, Luca?
I think we're all good.
All right. There's nothing else on the basketball subject. I'll toss it to Angry John, Luca, Donald. Final thoughts.
I am beat. I'll admit that. I got the rant out of me today. It wasn't my fault. I'll tell you that much. I always get put in these situations. So, unfortunately, for anyone that doesn't like my ranting, oh well, fuck off. You're going to hear a lot more. But yet again, another great show. Hopefully, we all get to 900 subscribers. So please tell your friends, anyone who's interested, to keep subscribing. We need to build it up. Come on, people. Everyone do your part. If you don't do your part, I'm going to fucking yell at you.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Luca?
Final thoughts, went over some NFL, NBA, did our little all-star thing with the reserves. Can't wait for this coming Friday, doing Friday Night Knicks, and then future endeavors with this channel.
Donald?
Well, it was fun to get do a deep dive in the NFL. It was kind of fun, though, to have like a team to specifically talk about, just to generally shoot the shit. It's quite good, actually. I think that's going to be quite fun over the next few weeks, where we can just kind of talk about the pertinent issues of the sporting world. So, yeah, crazy officiating, especially in the NBA. Awesome quarterbacking from Mahomes and Joe B. And it was good and basketball. So yeah, I mean, in a couple of days we'll find out whether Brunson and Randall get the All-Star nod. I hope they do. And on that note, I've got an article coming out tomorrow, I believe, at 8 in the morning. Last word on sports.com, discussing their chances of getting in. So be sure to check that out. I'll share it on Twitter. I'm looking forward to. We've got a Yankee stream coming up. That's going to be fun. So you guys check that out with the boss himself. He's doing his first appearance of the last year or so on our channel. So it's going to be kind of fun. We'll get to talk about the Yankees, who once again find new and improved ways of disappointing us. But anyway, my love to everybody who watches us, everybody who tunes in, everybody that sat for 4 hours and 10 minutes listening to these four idiots rant and rave.
Yes.
And my much love to all you guys. And I'll see you guys soon.
Yeah, so definitely keep a watch out for the content. Let's try to build this thing to 900, then eventually 1,000. We got a Yankee stream with Derek from NYY Recaps and Pete Simonetti on Wednesday, Thursday, the Dead Red Podcast, Friday Night Knicks. Keep you updated on the Senior Bowl. See if we do stream that for Saturday. Sunday, probably going to be the call-in show. Monday, Boys in Big Apple again. Going to be previewing the Super Bowl. A lot more where that came from. So peace out, guys. See you later. And stay cool.